Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home of traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Inuit Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. I'd like to introduce the panel this afternoon via Zoom, Tracy Anderson and Robert Hutchings, and myself, I'll be chairing. My name is Mike Colatruglio. From the assessment part, we have Svetlana Schnabel, and from the administrative personnel from the board, Zachary Mohan. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg's Boardroom YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing is concluded, you can leave the meeting. We'll be hearing application for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested has been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of property are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to Court of King's Bench if matter pertains to application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about the application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each on the docket today. The session will close after all applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 2 through 10 on our docket today. Mr. Mohan, please affirm the assessors and the applicant's testimony.
Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt, but I do not have the assessor's brief for the item number 10.
There is no assessor's brief on that one, sir. That is one of the problems that we're facing, and that I believe is why Mr. Mercury is here.
Okay. Thank you.
Bear along and we will try and get through this.
Okay. So then, Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Schnabel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And we'll begin with Mr. Neufeld. Please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld?
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Mercury, please state your full name.
James Mercury.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Excellent. So, as noted, in fact, there is no assessor brief on 845 Regent Avenue, which we are going to take out of order at this point, but this is item number 10. And so, Ms. Schnabel, I understand you have a verbal presentation you'd like to make at this point, I'm assuming?
We also have the class and liability.
Yes, and class and liability on this. That is something that Mr. Neufeld will have to help us on with respect to that. All right, so is there a preliminary issue that we need to go forward with, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, I can perhaps, Mr. Chairman, just deal with this at this point. Because there's no brief that has been filed by the assessor, what we wanted to address was the procedural matter up front in terms of what, if anything, could be provided in light of the fact that there's no evidence that has been submitted and no, obviously no opportunity to rebut any evidence that that the assessor intends to put forward. Having spoken with Mr. Neufeld in similar circumstances where agents' material is sent in late or not at all, my understanding of the practice is that it is open to the presenting party to provide their position on value. In other words, what they feel the market value should be, and perhaps speak to general parameters that should be taken into account. But there should be no opportunity to present rental comparables or a detailed evidence that you would otherwise see in a brief, because there's no opportunity for the responding party to consider that in any material way. So what we were hoping to obtain from the panel is clarification as to what evidence, if any, could be provided in the absence of a brief. And so our position is that Ms. Scheibel, well, she can ask that the assessment be confirmed and can speak just generally to the parameters that have been applied. That would really be the extent of it, Mr. Chairman. So we were hoping to get that clarification up front from the board, and then the matter could proceed accordingly.
Okay.
With respect to the liability and classification issue, there's no issue there. It has been properly classified as school tax exempt. It simply is a matter of value.
All right, and are those two issues being withdrawn at this point, sir?
Yes.
All right, and that withdrawal will be sent along to our clerk at this time?
Perhaps Mr. Neufeld's office could attend to that if necessary.
Fair enough. Mr. Neufeld?
Me? Okay,
We're putting you on the spot, sir.
well,
It's either that or we could simply ask that it be the liability and class be confirmed
Fair
at
enough.
this point in time. I'm not sure that an actual withdrawal is necessary, but we're satisfied with the assessor's position that it is school tax exempt and the classification is correct. So that can be confirmed.
I like that better.
So to confirm classification and liability, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. And maybe what we should do is take a brief recess and
May I speak first?
yes, please, let's have your
Okay.
thought, please.
Accusation that I didn't submit brief 24-4468 for 845 Region Avenue, it's incorrect because I submit one evidence on Thursday, January 23rd in 2025 and 2:35 p.m. I
Okay.
received confirmation from the Board of Revision that my briefs received and 2:42 p.m. same day. Please open this email.
What do you think?
Let's look at January. Issues, 7th. I think I know what she's. Okay, so.
So this is the one where she had sent it for the other applicant, correct?
One moment. Was the message Madam Assessor, was the message you're referring to, did you say January 23rd at 2:40?
2:35 p.m. I submit 9 evidence plus 2 withdrawals for Sherbrooke. So my My application form was full. I submit everything, and I receive confirmations from the board same day, 2:42 p.m.
Now, thank you very much for
That
that.
the Board of Revision have received electronical document your evidence
Okay.
withdrawal.
He's looking into that, but I have a question with respect to Mr. Neufeld at this point. Mr. Neufeld, was this property also appealed by Altus at the time?
That's correct.
And if memory serves me, I was sitting as chair on that particular panel, was I not, sir?
I think so. If you say so, I agree, but I
Well,
don't recall.
I seem to recall this, and I seem to recall that you said that day that you would want to have Mr. Mercury come and attend on this particular matter, and I see Mr. Mercury here with you. So obviously, it appears to me that that is in fact what's happened. So.
Well,
Ms.
no,
Shable,
that
was
is
it-
not
No,
what
hang on,
happened.
just give me a moment, Mr.
Okay, sorry.
I want to make the point that I'm going to make. I believe, Ms. Shable, that you sent a brief, but only for the Altus appeal. You did not send a brief for Mr. Neufeld's appeal. That is the reason why.
It was, may I
Well,
speak?
I'm telling you what my recollection is.
Yes,
And there was no second file or second name on that appeal that you had sent in, or the docket that you had submitted for this property. It was for the 845 region, but it was for Altus, not for Mr. Neufeld. So Mr. Neufeld did not receive a brief from you. Okay, because you only submitted one brief for the two appeals.
by
That's the problem that we have.
for hearing today on February 7, I submit a brief specific for Collier's application on
Okay.
January 23rd.
Can I clarify this issue?
Yes, please.
Okay, so what happened, what she's saying is correct. At 2:35, she did submit it, however, and the hold, she submitted her whole docket for today. However, we told you, we sent an email at 3:42 saying that this was made in error and that we could not accept the file for 244408. This we have on file.
What? Could you repeat, please?
You go ahead.
Yeah, so yes, it was initially accepted, but within an hour, we noticed that this wasn't supposed to occur, so we informed you that this could not be accepted on the day of submission.
Why?
Because essentially that there was no new evidence to be submitted for this file for this hearing. As per the case manager.
It's some miscommunication.
No, I think it was very.
How I cannot submit, you not accepted, and now you accuse
had
me
the
that
opportunity.
I
Ms.
didn't
Shable,
accept it.
Ms. Shable, one moment, please. I will tell you the reason and you will understand it afterwards. You had submitted there were two appeals, two. Those two appeals, you submitted one brief for it the last time this was docketed. And on that day, if you recall, we heard the appeal with Altus, but we did not hear the appeal with Mr. Neufeld because you did not provide a brief to Mr. Neufeld because there was none presented for him. Had you made the brief that you presented for Altus include both appeal numbers and both names on it, Mr. Neufeld would have had that information. He did not get it. This is an error on your part, unfortunately. And because of that error that happened at that time, you could not resubmit for this hearing today because the time and the place for that submission has been, and I don't know the date that it was, but it would have been in advance of the previous hearing for this property. And that is the reason why you are unable to, and it was not available to you to put in for this particular hearing because the time to put in for this particular hearing was past quite a ways. So unfortunately, on this particular one, you have no brief.
I submit, but you not accept it, and I don't have proof.
That's correct,
Okay,
and that is
thank
the
you
reason. The
for
reason is
clarification.
that
I
is
will
the-
do verbal.
Well, you can do verbal, but you're going to have to do verbal to the degree that I think we need to discuss first. So at this point, I'm gonna ask that we take a brief break.
Mr. Chair, may I ask, I guess I assume it's Mr. Mercury a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mercury, you're contending that that an assessor or an applicant is not allowed to make a verbal presentation?
Only with respect to very basic information in terms of the value that they are seeking and parameters that they are asking that be applied. As I said earlier, and Mr. Newfield can speak to this if necessary, I think what we're asking for is that a level of consistency and procedural fairness be afforded to all parties. And there have certainly been instances when agents have been late or have missed their opportunity, the filing deadline. This is not the first occasion. And my understanding is that this is the practice of the board. So to the extent that the assessor wishes to make a brief verbal presentation in terms of the value, obviously don't have an issue with that. Our concern is that typically the brief would contain items such as rental comparables and other details that would go to support the value. And that should not be permitted in the absence of a brief, in the absence of an opportunity for the responding party to consider and rebut it. So that would be our position on this matter.
Okay. We constantly have agents, residential property owners that appear. Residential property owners do not submit briefs, and yet the board considers their evidence fully. I think you would agree with that. Would that be correct?
I don't have a dispute on residential properties, but on commercial
Okay.
properties, there are very, very firm deadlines and timelines, not only for the submitting of briefs, but the submitting of appeals, which, at least in my experience, the Board of Revision is fairly strict on, and the parties in this arena are well familiar with them. Mr. Neufeld has been involved in, if not hundreds of these appeals. So, I mean, Mr. Neufeld can speak to his experience, and I can speak to mine. I just, whatever the board
Okay,
rules,
understood.
Mr.
Understood.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I will ask you that I'm sure in your experience, Mr. Neufeld's experience, the assessor will present a brief and then make a verbal recommendation by changing, for instance, rental rates, changing comparisons, and the board decides how much weight is going to be put on it.
Mhm.
And the agents often come in submitting one brief and completely changing them for a new valuation to be accepted by the board verbally. Would you agree with that, Mr. Neufeld? Mr.
Well, yeah, I mean,
sorry, let me just deal with this here, if you don't mind. I think that's what Mr. Mercury and I are saying is the same, in that if you're going to make a presentation on, tell you what the value is, if you'd like to make a change in the value, I think we should always be open to a verbal exchange of information. And we're not saying the assessor should be limited in presenting the statement of value or a change in the value. And the board has been quite lenient, I know, with me on certain verbal information, but that tends to be rounding out the package, a little bit more detail on a certain piece of evidence. What we're concerned about here is if we don't have an opportunity to examine a rent or a different piece of data, specific data, then that deprives people of the opportunity, and that's all we were really making the point. And whereas if there was something to bring up that would be of general interest, I think that's fine too. It's just the hard data.
If I could just add to that just very briefly, and to respond to the question specifically, I don't disagree that opinions of value and submissions often change during the course of a hearing, mid-hearing, before, after the hearing. That's not not uncommon at all, and it's frankly not objectionable, because on occasion, people will give further consideration to perhaps facts that are presented and either acknowledge something or not. But that is very different than evidence being submitted, new evidence being submitted at a hearing when prior evidence was not submitted. During these hearings, at least in my experience, the board is quite rigid in terms of not permitting new, even though it might be relevant, market evidence to be submitted during the hearing. So for example, if Mr. Neufeld had submitted 4 rental comps and he had found 3 more the day before the hearing, I would expect that the assessor would object and the board would likely uphold the objection that those new rents be provided. So I think there's a difference between changing opinions of value or submissions or concessions versus introducing new evidence and facts that have not been previously disclosed. Those are 2 distinct issues in my submission.
And this is
Okay.
a really
You would
fairly
agree.
unique position that we have here, gentlemen.
Mr. Chair, just 2 more questions. You
Go
would
ahead.
agree that it's up to the board to decide whether to accept that verbal addition to the brief? Is that right?
Well, absolutely. It's always up to the board, but whatever the board decides should be consistent and should be procedurally consistent with how it has addressed matters in the past. And at least in my experience, the board is very reluctant to allow fresh evidence or new evidence of any kind after the deadline has passed. And if the board wishes to go in a different direction going forward, that's always open to the board. I think the point that's being raised is that we just want a fair playing field for all parties involved, and
that's correct. So you were saying that Ms. Schabel should not go through a prepared brief which provides her comparisons, rental comparisons, her workup exactly on her net operating income, expenses, and a final evaluation?
Well, that's correct, because Mr. Neufeld hasn't had an opportunity to respond to consider and respond to that. The brief wasn't provided to him. So
can a person not rebut that information after it's being presented?
They certainly can make an attempt to, and I'm not suggesting Mr. Neufeld is experienced evaluator. He can certainly do his best. There's no question he can make efforts to do that. I wouldn't dispute that with you, but is that the procedure and again, I would not disagree that sure, we can all attempt. I could attempt to rebut what Ms. Schabel is presenting, but I would be severely disadvantaged not having had that opportunity to review the material in advance. And that really is the point.
Okay,
we're advancing.
Thank you, Mr. Mercury. Thank you.
And
Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. I think I'd still like to take that break so we can discuss in camera, and we will get back to you very shortly. Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome back. We have deliberated in camera, and we have decided that we want to hear the verbal presentation that Ms. Schabel is going to give us. But I'm going to remind Ms. Schabel that I do not want to have you write a reading from your brief. I do not have the time or the inclination to have you reading all the information down and trying to write it down myself. So I want you to keep it to the highlights, give me ranges of comparisons, but I want it done very high level at this point because we do not need to have it read to us. That would take far too long, and I do not have that patience with me today. And I would also recommend to Mr. Neufeld that all parties would love to see this done in an expedient fashion. We have a large docket this afternoon, and we need to get through it in a timely fashion. So with your patience and your help, we should be able to do that. And at this point, Ms. Shable, I would ask you to give us your verbal presentation as to the value on this property. Thank you.
Thank you. File number 24-4408, roll number 0901-03-18300. We did assess 845 Region Avenue West in 2025 with reference day April 1st, 2023 at $6,420,000. It's institutional school exempt. The subject property of medical office, original built in 2006, has land area of 78,095 square feet, plan area, gross floor area, leasable area 31,638 square feet. The subject property occupied by Winnipeg Regional Health Authority has lease in place at $18 per square foot. My comparables I'm not allowed to present showed that average $18.72, weight average $18.78, and media $18.92. It showed that a lease in place $18 per square foot at market level. All my 5 comparables, Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. Can I pronounce address?
You don't need to go through the addresses. This is for a medical office building, correct?
Medical office building occupied by Winnipeg Health Authority. In my comparables, all 5 Winnipeg Health Authority leases.
So all 5 buildings are the same.
Correct.
Thank you.
They showed that average or media $18.72. So a lease in place $18 per square foot. It's at market level. You cannot see my photos, but it's we assess medical office 31,638 square feet. Overall $16.53, less than $17 per square foot. It gives us potential rent of $522,976. We apply vacancy loss 5.5%. It's a vacancy for all medical buildings across the city. We did apply 3% not recoverable expenses, shortfall $8 per square foot for vacant space, give us net operating income $465,465. Overall capitalization rate 7.25%, give us estimate value $6,420,000. So based on my evidence, I am asking to confirm our April 1st, 2003 market value of subject property at $6,420,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shable. Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, I do. You called this a lease in place. Did you read the so-called lease?
Yes.
And I'm looking at it myself. Can you confirm that this was not a lease, but a recovery of original cost to develop, and that would be described in the preamble of the document?
It's not correct. Lease has stepped up, and on June 1st, 2021, lease at $18 per square foot.
So you're not aware then that the property owner was required to build a building for this particular user, and you weren't, or were you aware of that?
This building built in 2006.
No, that wasn't what I was
It's
asking.
medical office for the beginning, Winnipeg Health Authority.
Ms. Shable, he's asking a very straightforward question. Do you know if this building was built purpose for this particular tenant? That's his question.
Correct. Because original list with Ransby Holding Limited, Winnipeg Health Authority was signed in June 1st, 2006.
So the answer is yes, it was built for them, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And your comparables that you're bringing forward, without going into the details, you said they were all WHA. Can you confirm that they were built, the transaction for the occupancy was based on the same presumption of value, premise of
Correct.
value?
Correct.
Okay. And you so-called, was the valuation all done by the model?
Correct.
And what was the basis for the model? How was this described? Was it OFM?
It's medical office.
So a medical office. What medical procedures are done in this building?
It is it's like all Winnipeg health authorities. They have all size of everything about medical health, from mental to physical.
What medical procedures are carried out in this building? Do you know?
From medical to health procedures.
Have you investigated what they do in the building?
It's Winnipeg Health Authority and my comparables Winnipeg Health Authority as well, and they showed $18 per square foot. It's reasonable rent.
He asked you very specific question. Do you know, have you been in this building to see what they do or don't do in this building? And
I say they provide
yes
relief for health, medical and physical.
I understand
everything
that,
around.
Did you inspect this building? Do you know what they do in the building now?
I did physical inspect one of health authority on booth. They have different type of space, but it's around medical.
Okay, but not on this particular property, correct?
Correct, but this particular property provides same service.
That is the answer that I'm looking for. That's what he's looking for, is just a yes or no answer to that. So, Mr. Neufeld, please continue.
Sorry, very quickly, I'm just trying to get to this. Are there any doctors who have offices in this building?
Correct.
How many?
I don't know. I don't assess business. I assess space, property.
Okay. And then you're assuming that there's doctors stationed in this building then?
It's a health authority. It's medical
building.
Are you
assuming there are doctors in this building?
Yes.
Okay. And sorry, the capitalization rate you applied was 7.25. Is that correct?
Correct.
No other questions unless Mr. Mercury had any.
No further questions.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Questions, Ms. Anderson?
If you could just confirm for me the NOI, please.
465,465.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Hutchings?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Shable, good afternoon. The NOI is 465,465, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Cap rate is 7.25%.
Correct.
And how many square feet and at what rate? I've got 8. Yeah, would you mind repeating that, please?
At rate $16.53.
Okay, and how many square feet?
31,638.
31,638.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And your final value is $6,220,000.
$6,420,000.
400. Okay, thank you very much. That is all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And I do not have any further questions. So, Mr. Neufeld or Mr. Mercury, whoever is going to be presenting, please do so at this point.
Thank you. I'll proceed. So the property is what's called an access center, and this was a decision made by the Ministry of Health about in the early 2000s about a methodology of getting back into the neighborhood and trying to diversify services. There are no doctors in this building. It's a variety of different uses. They have flu shot clinics. They have meetings for help groups, and it is available for the neighborhood associations for meeting areas. I believe there's a seniors meeting on a regular basis in this. And during COVID, of course, it distributed the protective equipment. But the Access Center, while originally thought of as providing a relief for emergency health call centers, is not doing that function. You're not going to go here with a boo-boo and hope to get a Band-Aid. Not any longer. They operate. They have a rotating availability in the access centers, along with the urgent care centers. So it has been a usage that is now changed to more of a community-based, not a health-based. So and there are no facilities in there. There's no operating rooms, of course. There's no treatment rooms. There's no sites that will have care facilities for patients to come in to be treated in, such as piped in oxygen and that sort of thing. It's not one of those buildings. The original genesis of these centers was that the health authority put out RFPs for several of these across the city. This one, the RFP went out in 2004, and it was to construct a new building and arrange I'm going to call it a payment schedule, because it is not a lease. It is a repayment schedule. The term on it began in 2006, is for 20 years. There are no options to renew. There are no requirements to renew. In May 31st, 2026, the occupancy, existing occupancy ends, and I have no indication on what is going to happen with this. But and whatever I'm going to say now is only gleaned through my access to what the rest of you can see in the public. We know that they're building other centers in other places. And we know that healthcare is changing, as it always is changing. If I were an investor and someone said, come and buy this community center where the lease is expiring in a year from now, and give me a good return on it, you'd be laughed out. So getting back to the rent. So the rent is the equivalent of a mortgage. All the costs were recovered in the first 20 years. A lease building is generally capitalized on at least a 35-year investment window. And in that window, there's a residual at the end. This particular structure was calculated out as the original cost, including land and building, completely paid off in 20 years, just like a mortgage. So the numbers are very, very different. It's a cost recovery tool, not a lease. And our view of this is that when this comes on the market in a year from now, there's going to be a significant decline in its ability to get a good rate. And regardless of what happens in the future, we are strictly following the Municipal Assessment Act. We are not looking for the cost return for a developer on a project. We're looking at the definition of market value. Put it on the market in 2023 with market rates. And in 2023, an investor knows I've got 3 years left on term. At the rent, we're not disputing the paid return to the landlord, but it's not good, it's not stable, it's a custom designed property, and that's the issue with it. So when we look at these, there's a couple of ways of handling them, and you can look at a declining rent, a risk for vacancy, and capitalization rate. What we're trying to do is in this particular case, when this was drawn up, you can see we kind of looked at the inability to get continuing market rates at the level they're currently getting. It's as the returns, not a rent. We're looking at a rent, and then on the cap side. Now, because this is essentially a retail site, the prospects for re-tenanting are better than some of the other sites where the WHA is involved, because the next user is going to be retail, would be my guess, and they will have some costs to do, but they are going to get a retail rent on it, and there'll be some money involved in it. We have a couple of rents of similar sized buildings, and trying to focus on ones in the area, but the best examples were on page 3, and I would think that the Leon's rent at 1520 Regent is probably the most interesting one, and as well as the Staples rent. Leon's has a longer term, so this is where the property will be going. The rent applied in our estimate was $16, and then on the vacancy side, the application, I didn't do this, and I'm not going to change anything today. I disagree with it. I would have capped it. I would have vacancy higher than this, but we applied. Our people applied 3%. On the other hand, we were quite stubborn on the non-recoverables because we are assuming a turnover. Now, I don't care that the city has a model on non-recoverables because it's not real, but we have to look at issues like that in balance. You can't have, if we have a lower vacancy, then non-recoverables should be higher, or you turn it the other way. In the end, the calculation on the math on the NOI has to be consistent. So our NOI is 450,571. The cap rate is moderately higher than what we would anticipate for retail, and that's the way we're looking at it. It's life as any sort of medical building is. First of all, that is not what it is today. It is, we'll call it an office with an alternate use to retail. And as a result, the cap rate is not all doom and gloom on this. There will be some interest in it, but there's going to be some cost involved for conversion and some vacancy time. So the 7.75% reflects all that. And I think that for me, the two major factors on this are, number one, it is rented by the provincial government, and their decisions are not based on the market. They're based on policy. That does not equal cap rate. That does not fall within the definition of market value. That is a policy value, and that is not a negative comment or nor a positive comment. It just is what it is. They are not market participants. And the second is with the very shortly expiring lease, there's going to be a ton of uncertainty. And I have not got an answer yet on whether there's going to be a renewal or not, but and that in itself speaks volumes, because if you haven't done it by now, then it's an investor is going to make the assumption that it's going to be empty and vacant. So I think our workup, in my opinion, is optimistic. I am not optimistic, but this is what was presented, and that's what we are seeking for value. I think that's it for my presentation. Yes, it is. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you very much. Anything from you, Mr. Mercury, on this, sir?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shable, questions of Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, please. Would you agree that flu shot should be provided by physical for doctors?
Sorry, that what?
I missed that question, sorry.
Would you agree that any flu shots, any shots have to be provided by medical person?
I got to think about that because there've been a number of flu clinics. Mostly, you're going to see a nurse. I have seen some practitioners administering the shots. I have no idea.
On your page number 3, you provide rent comparables of region Pembina and Maine. It's all retail shoppings, retail stores, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So your comparable showed a range between $8.72 to $14 per square foot for Giant Tiger and Leon's furniture store.
Yes.
Would you agree that assess subject property interior finish will be much higher than furniture shop?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Hutchins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Neufeld, could I ask, you called it the payback. When does that end, that term?
May 31st, 2026.
Okay, so 20 years from 2006.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And so as I understand it, this was custom built for the Regional Health Authority, is that correct?
Yes, it was based on an RFP, and there was some specific details they requested in the building landlord's work that had to be done.
Okay.
And it had to do with a finish above and beyond what we call 6 walls, 6 sides.
Okay.
Just office finish.
And you called it a payback rather than a lease. That was for the expense of the building, is that correct? As improved?
Yes, it was a turnkey operation where the WHA was not going to be doing any of their own fit up. We did provide the leases and the details on all of this to the city back in 2016. It was an all-encompassing deal where the WHA could just walk in the next day and start up. It's a little atypical. It's a little bit more build up than you would normally see.
Would you mind clarifying what you mean by the leases on the building or on the subject property?
On the subject property, yes. Yeah, the 845 Regent was a turnkey operation. So if you were, for example, today to go out and open a grocery store, you're going to bring in your own shelving and you're going to do your electrical distribution and your lighting and decide where you're going to put the cash registers, that sort of thing. So envision this is that they told them, this is where we want everything. This is where we want the cabinets. This is where we want the partitions. This is the lighting we want. And it was provided for them.
So the payback was included improvements. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the improvements that were specifically requested for this particular user.
Okay. All right. And in your opinion, now we're talking about future economic here. I don't know if I should go there. In your calculation of your cap rate, you said there was uncertainty in what's going to happen at the end of the I'll call it the payback in 2026.
Correct.
Is it possible that the WRHA will stay there?
I wish I knew.
Fair enough. Okay.
We don't know, and I have asked the question, and of course they're not going to answer us or you. It's within the ministry's decision, budget by budget. But I don't know if you saw the news about that they're going to be.
Mr. Neufeld, I apologize. That's an unfair question to you to ask. Right. But I guess in your maybe I'm putting words in your mouth here, but in your choice of a 7.75 cap rate, you're you're building into that uncertainty in the future in 2026?
Well, yes, and I think that whether they were to renew and stay or move on, there's going to be a change in it. Now, one of the things is because we had a first 20-year term on a payback basis. Now, a lot of landlords will say, well, you got to pay more this year. Now, they're going to go in WHA and say, no, we're going to pay less because we've already repaid you. Now we're going to rent at market. That's the number one issue. And then two, will there be 20 years is a pretty long life for a carpet, and issues like that. Going to be some costs there. Will there be TIs? My prediction is you're gonna see that go to a multi-tenanted retail site. They're going to demise it. I think that's where it's going to go.
Okay.
Personal opinion.
Yeah. Thanks for the explanation. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson, any questions?
Just a couple. Have you been in this site and do you know if it's same as the other accesses around the city?
I've been in all of them. This one is one of the first ones, so it's a little bit more basic. Pembina is a bit fancier. Booth is the newest, and Booth was designed as an actual link to the emergency room, and they put the urgent care in it. So that was evolution. This was basic, not low, basic accommodations.
Okay, and did I hear you correctly? Like, for instance, the doctors or the lab are renting from.
No, there's no doctors in here. I think they have a few nurses on staff on a rotating basis or as required for special events. If there were, I think during flu season, they will send their roving team of nurses to go out and administer flu shots. But there's not like a regular staffing. There might. Same with dietitians. I don't know. They don't have a regular staff of dietitians on here. It's a rotating as required. I believe that these are just policy administration people in there.
That's okay. I'm seeking the difference. I'm very familiar with the access on Pembina, and
Right.
as you've described this one on Regent, they're not the same building. So just wanted to be a little clearer in my mind what we were dealing with, and you've answered the question.
Yeah, but you're right there, because Pembina is used as a rotating urgent care center. So I once had, you want my finger? They sent me to Pembina because it was the one that was open that particular day as urgent care, not urgent care, but urgent care. They use McGregor for that as well, and Booth, but not Transcona.
Understood. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And I just want to be absolutely clear. Is this a two-story building, sir?
No, it's a single floor.
Oh, it is single floor, eh? Okay.
Yeah.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much for your submission. Is there any final thoughts from either party at this point?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence. It determines the best conclusion of the market property. Market value. The subject property was built between 2005-2006 for 4.3 million. So to pay cost back, like agent state, it's for 20 years. Today, annual Winnipeg Regional Health Authority pay 577,000 per year. It will be 11.5 million for 20 years. Plus, they pay all utilities, so gross pay by Winnipeg Health Authority 15.5 million. So 15.5 million, it's gross lease to pay all utilities. Clean as renter, owner have in his pocket 11.5 million for 20 years. For building, he built for 4 million. Thank you. No further question. No, it's all my submission.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newfeld, any final thoughts, sir?
Well, yeah, it's actually a bit of a response to that. I guess interest doesn't count. You build a building and you get a return on it, you got to charge interest. So what the assessor just told you is a bit of a fantasy. Everybody knows who's ever had a mortgage on a house. If you buy a house for 200,000, by the time you're finished paying your mortgage, you're into it for 600,000. That's called interest. But back to the issue, that the access centers were a different type of use, than there was a political decision, and there was an attempt to change things, and it's not market value. All the leases, including the one that the assessor refers to as WHA, they were all done by that model, and Colliers actually did the negotiation. So I'm not giving you hearsay. Chris Cleverly and Pat Burke were the agents who did these deals on the cost recovery basis, and that's what they are. So we don't value real estate on that basis. You got to look to the market. If I was looking at this, I think, because I've been in all these buildings, I think that one at 1520 Regent, the Leons, is probably exactly where this place would end up. Some form of retail use around $14 a foot. It does not, it's called highest and best use. The highest and best use is not something the government decides and places in. It's a special use. Revert to the market as the act tells us to, and you will change the highest and best use. It's got a good location for retail. I believe our number is very, very optimistic, and thank you for your patience on all of these matters today.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Mercury, I believe that concludes your desire to hang around.
It does. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much and have a good afternoon. Thank you. All right, that concludes item number 10. We will go back to the top of the docket. And I believe that to be 2000 Main Street. So Ms. Shable, could we have your submission on 2000 Main Street, please?
Thank you. File number 24-4422, roll number 11030996000. We did assess 2025 with market reference day April 1st, 2023 at 7,123,000. The subject property is complete auto dealership, original start to build in 1951 with addition in 2015. It's located in zoning C2 community and 318 Market Park neighborhood. Area of subject property 159,043 square feet, plan area 40,508 square feet, leasable area 43,243 square feet. The subject property air photos view started on page number 3. It's located northwest of the city. It's a V-Car car dealership. More photos following. It's rectangular shape of land on corner of Main and Templeton Avenue. Commercial community zoning. We did assess property for 43,243 square feet at $11.65. For the subject property, complete car dealership, we following rules of order started on page 14. Order municipal assessment order 8-02-223 that states the subject property car dealership should be comparable that this type of property such as retail and chain restaurants, supermarket, discount store, and department store. The board accepts the argument on page 24, it highlights argument that auto malls and agglomeration of auto dealership located in different section of the city result in auto mall having characteristics similar to regional retail with national rather than local tenants. The board is satisfied that subject is similar are for not identical to larger national international retail properties located in or near regional shopping facility. So on page number 8 through 9, I have presented a retail rent that we use for car dealership. The subject property located on Main Street, 200 Main Street. It will be, which closes? Regional Sterling Layla. I guess my comparable 61 to 72 location on Lyle McPhillips and McPhillips in closest to the North Main Street. It showed that average for 844 Layla, 2305 McPhillips, 2335 McPhillips, 1050 Layla, 3099 McPhillips, 3079 McPhillips retail
You don't need
stores.
that, you don't need to read the addresses, Ms. Shable, just, we can see the information on page 9. You can give us the range if you like, that's fine, or you can just give us the.
Average showed or mean $15.50 with an all weight average $14.51 and media $13.50. We assess it's $11.65. It's a low range of rent. It gives us a potential rent of $503,781. We apply 2% vacancy loss across all car dealerships through the city, 3% not recoverable expenses, in short for $6 per square foot for vacant space, give us net operating income or $473,705. Model generates 6.65% capitalization rate that gives us estimate value of $7,123,000. So in my brief, we saw already my comparables. Oh, let's look. Order through page 31. We're going on page 23. It's income expenses mailer provided to us. It's owner occupied properties. And has leasable area, it's very small. It's owner occupied properties. They provide own annual expenses. We analyze a crunch team number to come across what expenses we apply for this type of properties. On page 34, I have presented permits from PPND. It showed just between 1999 and 2019 was involved 5.4 million for exterior renovation, additional construction. On page 34, map of the subject property survey. And permits on page 35, you can see one permits of in 2017, current permits for exterior alteration for 600,000. On page 39, I provide 2025 property assessment notice following by application for revision. Based of my evidence, the analysis, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property is $7,123,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. On page 1, there is a leasable area that exceeds. That is no. Let's just back this up. Why does it say plan area? Oh no, never mind. Okay, the leasable area of 43,000 square feet is more than the plan area of 40,500. Where is this additional leasable space located?
It's mezzanine or office space.
And have you inspected the mezzanine?
Usually, if you look on page number 5, on page number 5, photo, middle photo, showed corner to floor corner, mezzanine located there. It's more office space.
Have you been in there?
Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on data we have on the file.
Okay, so now you're referring to a picture on page 5. You're saying those windows are second floor?
Yes, possible mezzanine. I only can look 1 second. So it's has usually a mezzanine for office space, all for some, I would say, parts of for the car.
Are you saying this for a fact, or are you just assuming?
Conveyance existing. Convert existing. Showroom. I try to look on page 34. We has a map of the subject property. Shop, service. General office board. Yes, if you look on page 34, we have a general office board at mezzanine level. Close to, it will be east-north side. Like second column.
Private reception next to that?
Yes. General office board at mezzanine level. You can see. So it's part of mezzanine. That's why plan area less als leasable area.
On their income and expense form on page 32, how many square feet does it say?
They showed the main floor area, 40,508 square feet, plan area.
What does it say? It says total leasable area, 40,839.
That match our plan area on page number 1.
I asked what they submitted as leasable area. Is it 40,839 square feet?
Correct.
Okay. And just, I don't think you answered it, but you have not been in this building. Is that correct?
Correct. No, I've been in this building because I process addition. It could be in 2014-15.
For an addition?
Yes, when I was field assistant.
I see. On page, sorry, I'm just getting here. The calculation, the work up here is on page 10. Is this all done by the model?
Correct.
And so you put the same rent on the showroom space, the mezzanine space, as well as the shop area. Is that correct?
For complete car dealership, we try to apply one rent, overall rent, all square footage to be more consistent across the city.
And these vacancy, this is from what's called the VCD dealership model. Is that correct?
It's across the city. We apply for car dealerships to be consistent and fair
To your knowledge, was there any data?
2%.
To your knowledge, was there any data on vacancies of car dealerships?
Yes, it was created by model. 2% our statistical data showed. So it showed that 2% we apply each years, but this property 100% occupy. It assumes that in 10 years, 15 years, it can be half vacant, or in 20 years can completely change view.
I was just looking at one rent, just going to the rent table here, which is page 8. Do any of these sites sell cars?
It's a retail space.
Do any sell cars?
I say it's retail space. It's not car dealership. We apply retail shopping stores. We following municipal order for this type of properties.
Do any of these sites repair vehicles?
I repeat myself, it's a shopping malls, retail space.
I think a yes or no is required here. No is the answer. Is that correct?
No, it's retail space that sale.
Number 27 and number 28 are spaces of 10,000 feet and 7,000 feet. The subject is 40,000 feet, right?
14,000 feet, but we following a rent. If you look on page 24.
Well, there's a larger tenant in this site, the Giant Tiger, at 20,000 square feet that rents for $980. Why didn't you put that in your table?
We subject property 43,000 square feet, and my comparables biggest retail shopping, regional national shopping malls space.
I'm just asking why did you pick this rent from the site instead of the larger one, which is closer in size to the subject?
I can repeat myself. It's we following
shopping
mall.
One moment, please. Ms. Shable, you did not create this list, correct?
This shopping mall, retail shopping mall, and biggest comparables.
That's not the question. Ms. Shable, I'm sorry. Let me be very specific now. You did not create the list of comparisons that you have brought to us today on pages 8 and 9 personally, correct?
Yes, we use our inside analysis.
The reason I'm saying that, Mr. Neufeld, she's given you the best that she can give you in terms of an answer. That is what the is.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Whether they include other things or not, let's not get into the minutiae of details here.
I understand. I just noticed that because it's one of my client's properties.
And I appreciate that, sir, but we need to keep moving.
Okay. Page 14 is municipal board order. This is from 2002, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you read the one that was written in 2004 that changed everything?
I say what we following by order 8-02223 for our comparables, rent comparables. It's our direction.
Your point on this is that they'd established a link to retail properties.
Correct.
Did you not realize that an order written 2 years later on the Point West Auto Mall changed that entirely to favor anything that resembled an automobile?
It's what I'm following right now in our department following this order. We wait for new hearing, municipal board hearing regarding car dealership. If we will have new direction.
Wasn't the last municipal board decision from 2 years after this?
Mr. Neufeld, you are well aware the board is not bound by municipal board orders. So I appreciate the question that you're asking, and she has just chosen to show you the one. So, and we are aware of the fact that there are in fact 2, and
well, there's more, but yes, there's lots of orders. Thank you.
Of course there is, sir.
Okay, and I wonder sometimes how difficult it is to just ask the question and get that sort of answer. And maybe sometimes I'm dealing with reaching that and struggling.
We're here to assist when we can, sir, and I get it. There are times where it is difficult, but if we can just keep this moving, I think we all understand what's going on.
To your knowledge, does the model do make a change for a property that has an environmental registration?
For assessment, we assume that no any contamination for highest and best use during any income approach.
So were it then to be pointed out to you that there is contamination, would you not think a change would be in order?
No answer.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson, questions at this point?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hutchings, questions?
No question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't believe I have a question at this point, but I will reserve possibly to have a question of the assessor after Mr. Neufeld's presentation. So, Mr. Neufeld, you're up, sir.
Thank you. So this is a very old dealership. Everybody knows it's Parkside Ford, 1951 construction. And there was some front end modernization. Certainly no change in the age. You'll see from the assessor's picture that what happened is they elevated the roof on the display area up front, and then they put the new Ford image package on. And an image package is paneling, signage, and windows were redone here as well. That and the image package, of course, is not an improvement in value. This is a requirement for any car dealer between every 7 to 10 years to change to the new look of whatever manufacturer dictates. So this is for all our purposes today, a 1951 building. There is a body shop and a repair shop attached. The land quotient when this was opened in 1951 was adequate. It is not adequate today. They have another lot on our picture above the subject property. There's a Main Street lot at 2050 Main, which is in addition to for they need for their operation. Subsequent to this, they have had to buy more storage land, most of it in Transcona on way down on Dugald for storage of cars. The modern high volume car dealer now needs 10 acres of land. And if you're going to assess something as a complete dealership, you have to recognize that there's a land requirement for this. Prior to 1999, 5 acres was the required amount. Prior to the mid 60s, 3.7 was fine. But the problem is if you go to do want to assess this as a dealership, you need to take into account the requirement for land. What we've done on it is looked at it in terms of its being a site that is automobile related, because there are a fair degree of rents for automobile related sites. Whereas right now, there is only, to my knowledge, one property in Winnipeg that is still being leased for a car dealership. Well, that's not for new cars. There's nobody leasing for new cars anymore. These are all owner occupied. And so the calculation on this was we had two things we were looking at. One was the first municipal border revision, and I know the board's not bound by this, but just point out that I've been involved with these dealerships from 2003. In 2005, I was hired by the Manitoba Motor Dealers Association to get the auto dealers on the same page and to help them all with their approach to assessment issues. And it wasn't to fight them. It was just to make the point that don't come and assess the cars in the lot. Come look at the buildings. And there have been a number of decisions, but the people who are bringing appeals before you, we do work together. We do communicate. Now, this was on page 4 and 5. This was a recent order, and this is the calculation that was done on it. $12 overall, 7.5 cap. And this is based on looking at the idea of it not retail, and a simplistic way of looking at it is think of a hybrid. Half of it is box retail, and the other half is service or warehousing. And when I started to be an appraiser, that's the way they taught us to look at it from that way. And it's an interesting concept. You have to marry them all together and be able to present a reasonable value. The rents we had applied on these are beginning on page 8, and these are all automobile related facilities, auto repair of different type. That and you can see from this that you've probably seen this in other companies' reports. We share these, we work together. And these particular rents, the one I mentioned is number 11, which is still an old dealership at $12.50 a foot. And it's not Pemmon, it's Portage. Typo. It wasn't my typo. I inherited that, but that's the only one that's still being leased as a dealership. There's also 231 Oak Point, which is a used car dealership at $7 a foot. That was built as a Harley Davidson dealership, but has now been converted for used cars. So those are the ones that are automobile related to sell. The rest are repair facilities, and you can see that this particular except 1322 Waverly, which is not they're at 685, and that's a warehouse that they're in conversion to used automobile sales. But that's at the bottom of the range, and the top of the range was downtown on 4th Street, the Fountain Tire, $13. So this gives you an indication of where we would be looking at. And then the other ones then we looked at for the showroom, which are on page 9, and we weren't looking for fancy showroom. We were just, because an auto dealership isn't a fancy showroom. If you look in detail when you walk into any dealership, what you're going to see is a tile floor, open ceiling, and demised areas for sales and administration with windowed areas. And this is not top quality finish. It looks nice when you put the fancy bright shiny car in it, but these are the ranges we looked at for that we'll call it the showroom of the retail component. And that gets us to our blended rate as we had looked at on page 1 of 10,000 square feet, $10 a square foot. And the difference on this one is this is inferior, this is older, and the numerous problems with it, and a very, very low land component, even with the additional yard to the south. The square footage at 40,839 is as declared by the owner, and the owner took this from his architect's plans, the same architect's plans that I provided to the assessor on her inspection of the site, and that was Jan Trosham. But when she was still in the department, she came out and looked at the site, and we had agreement on the dimensions of the site at 40,839 square feet based on our inspection and the plans. Now, that was never changed in the system. That's outside of my control, but we made the efforts, and we did get confirmation from a fairly experienced assessor in this type of property on that. That's what we're using. Vacancy rate is just something that we're looking at, a retail and an industrial rate, sort of a blend, for 4%, and the non-recoverables and structural followed the board order that's already been done. Well, whereas I personally disagree with it, we should have non-recoverables that are higher, but we chose to follow the rest of the people and provide you with the same valuation concepts, and we're accepted it. Same with the shortfall, which is a blend of in industrial and retail. It's a half and half number. It's not specific because there is no such thing as an automobile dealership model. The capitalization rate was 7.5, which is what has been presented. And I'll give you, from my perspective, what we would present to you is to look at our page. I'm going to say 41, and we have industrial rates and retail rates, and the Class B showing at 7.5, 6.5 to 7.5. With the automobile usage, we've all agreed that 7.5 was reasonable on that basis. Plus, it's what we've been presenting to the board. Now, the difference in this one is on page 3. Is there's a listing here for 2000 Main Street, and that's when it was registered as Parkside Ford. There is an environmental on the site, and you can't avoid it in the car dealership, especially something from 1951, and where oil is recognized as an environmental hazard, and that doesn't go away. That's an impact on value. Now, the impact. The change that they did for this one, which I didn't do, was to change the cap from 7.5 to 8. I completely disagree. I think that it would be much higher given the environmental issues, but I'm not changing this because we are trying to present the boards and the assessor with what we believe is a well thought out approach to the valuation of automobile dealerships. And as a result, our value is $4,680,000. Now, there is because there's an additional lot in this, which is required for it. We subtracted it, but a very nice assessor offered us a reduction on it. Some of them phone us and talk to us, so there was a reduction in of the assessed value on that. I think it was to $601,000. So you can see our final request for value, $3,982,000. So that is actually $97,000 higher than that. So 3,982 plus 79. The new number is $4,061,000, just by the change of the assessed value of the lot.
And you said that value was $601,000 for the lot that was reduced, sir?
That is correct.
Now, I am curious because this is where I thought things were a little unusual. This lot isn't new to this owner. This has been there for as long as I can remember. So, has this been deducted in the past on this property, and for some reason this go around it didn't get deducted?
Every year I've been working for this owner, first for the current one and then for Cam when he owned it since 2003. And every year we brought it in, there's been an agreement that it gets subtracted. So it's necessary. And I will put in the words of one of your former chairs of the board of revision that we had. If you're going to assess it as a car dealership, you need the land and it has to count. That's what's been the consistent decision on it.
Mr. Newfield, I'm going to try and find out if in fact that has happened on the assessment side. So Ms. Schabel, I am wondering why this has not been deducted from the value of the subject property, because the lot that Mr. Newfeld's referring to the north of the subject, that has been part of that property since I can remember. So please help me. Has that not been deducted in the past in the department?
It was not deducted in the past because this park lot belonged to another owner. He received a lease, a rent for this space. It's his income.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
So again, and forgive me, but you're suggesting that because it was owned by someone else, you say?
Correct.
But I can, well, Mr. Newfeld, is this not owned by the Ford dealership, sir?
It is owned by a holding company controlled by Larry Vicker, both the dealership and the lot. Prior to that, when it was owned by Cam McIver, both the lot and the dealership, which he sold to Larry Vicker. It's always been part of their total package, and I'm just going to double check here because I have a source on this. I believe I have the workup, the assessment notice on this that will show that it's the same corporate name. AT&T brief. So I have both properties being owner 7341262 Manitoba Limited, and
Is that not your information, Ms. Shable?
Yes, I look, it's a same numbered company, 7341262. For 2025, we signed 51 agreement. We give reduction already for this type of property.
But the assessment that you show doesn't have that deducted from
Because it's two different roll numbers.
I appreciate that, but this is not unusual. I've seen it many times. And usually the practice of the department is it not to deduct the value of the adjacent land, especially when it's part of the operation and contiguous? Is this contiguous?
It's not in this case because we already agreement for reduction for 2050 Main Street. So we treat them separate properties.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with how you're representing it, but I understand there was a reduction made for the value of 2050 Main Street. But what I'm saying is Mr. Newfeld, I believe,
Want more reduction.
has a very good point in that the value of the subject property at 2000 Main Street should have the amount reduced by the assessment at 2050 Main Street. That was not done, was it?
No, it's two different roll numbers.
Fair enough. Mr. Newfeld, please move along, sir.
What was that? Where were we at? Was I finishing?
I think you're almost done, sir.
Okay.
Let me push you along, sir.
Okay, so just back to the floor area. Like I said, when I inspected it with Jan, it was obvious that we were bumping our heads on there is space up there. It's 5.5 feet tall, so it's not rentable. There's some record storage up there. There is a sitting area for a lunch. People have their lunch at. But it's not rentable space in terms of meeting the definitions, and you wouldn't put it on the roll. It's accessory space, and I think that was. I think I am done here. Yeah.
So, Mr. Newfeld, I just want to, for clarification purposes, the value that you're ascribing to 2000 Main Street is $4,061,000. Based on the 4,680,000 on the land and buildings at 2000 Main Street, correct?
Yes.
Less 601,000 for the additional parking lot at 2050 Main Street, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe that concludes your submission at this point, sir?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shable, do you have questions of Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, please. On page number 1, you use rentable area 40,839 square feet. It's only planned area only without mezzanine, correct?
It was the area that the architect specified. I was just looking for the plans. I don't think, I'm not sure if it's just plan area. But the owner submitted from the architect's plans, and that's what I got. I appraised this property when they did their renovation. I appraised it for the estate. I appraised it for the sale. I get around, so I knew my dad is solid.
So it's original built 1951. You don't have any adjustment for addition?
Absolutely not.
On page and page number 3, you provide a list of all size on file contaminated. When this years of lease was created?
This list, I think it was done in 1978 or 79.
So it has been on
But
the list since then, sir? Yes?
Yeah, that was the date that Manitoba Environment began compiling the list, and it's been on since the beginning. Now, the number on it, though, is pretty high on the scale of things. It may have been added on later in the day, but I don't even know if that file number is still the same or if they've transferred it. But it's a long-term thing, and I mean, this is a site that operated with oil tanks everywhere and underground tanks and heating fuel at one point. So you're bound to have some issues.
Okay.
This list created, would you agree this list created to following replacement of oil gas tank on time, correct?
I am not that old that I remember whether or not they had a fuel tank on site. No, I can't answer that. I haven't seen the full details, but contamination doesn't go away. Hydrocarbons half-life is fairly long.
Would you agree that 1979 all this replacement of tank and oil tank would be done several times already? So it will be a new list up to date?
No, that's not the way it works. The registrations are based on that there have been noted contaminants on the property, and they don't go away. You can replace the tanks 100 times, but it's the residual in the soil that's being considered.
On page number 4, you provide Board of Revision decision for 2025, similar property. Would you agree that we not comparison assessment for this hearing today? It's part of rules.
We would not be looking at those and giving them much weight, so.
Can we erase this, add
No,
two pages 4 and 5?
Sorry, the question was to me. I said at the beginning what we were looking at was a methodology. We're not looking to compare assessments. We're looking to compare methodologies, and that is something we can review. Why would this methodology be done the way the model says it is, which is a mystery to all of us, and doesn't relate to it when you have professionals in the industry say, work up this model on it, and we can tell you how it was arrived at. And backed by the Motor Dealers Association and every dealer in the province.
On page number 6, you provide rent comparables for retail, correct? First table.
Page, no, page 6 is just disregarded. Some of our people are lazy and they just put all the rents in the same table. What we were relying on was page 8 and 9.
But it's have same address. Would you agree that your table not up to date?
I think he's already made that submission, Ms. Shable, so please move along.
Your comparables on 520 region, it's a retail shop, Leon Furniture. Would you agree that retail shop store has selling area and storage area similar to car dealership?
I think I said we weren't going to be looking at those. Those were just uh, uh, you know, if when the assessor brings a cap table and they have every cap for every type of property, and they said we're using this one, and we're saying the same thing. So that's just makes no sense what you're asking. I'm just doing the same thing the assessor does.
Move on.
For your statement, page 6, 7 should be crossed. Don't look into. It's not part of your evidence.
As I said, we're looking at page 8 and 9.
Okay, so we cross already page 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let's go to page 8. You have automobile. So on page 8, you did provide 20 comparables. Which of them are located in commercial area, not industrial area, similar to the subject property? Could you point out?
Well, actually, I missed this my earlier discussion. I think number 19 is a very good comparison. 1963, this is Birchwood GM, repurposed for the Mercedes dealership, and that was the lease. And the transaction date listed here, the original lease was 1999, but in 2015, this was a sublet from the Mercedes dealer to the Birchwood Group, and this was the rate they agreed on at 750. 1963 with an image package put on it, just as just as the Ford dealership has. And I guess that's probably the most interesting one on this that would relate to the subject today. And number 20 bears some merit because there was a repurposed industrial site, and if you drive past there, they have all sorts of signs that they sell Ferraris and Bugattis. I've seen one there once, but it's used cars, mostly Audis and Mercedes. Good location. There's and I have to just think when I look through these to see which ones. I think 231 Oak. No, that's an inferior location. 231 Oak Point. Those are two of the strongest ones for us.
For the record, I have rebuttal for comparable 9 and 20. We will come back.
Yeah.
Let's open page 9. You would agree that showroom it's a more higher interior design compared just to car repair service garage, correct?
No, I mean when a dealership is built today, the building shell is the same front and rear. The building envelope is the same front and rear. Where it differs is the rear, the service area will have a different HVAC system. They'll have heating with an exhaust system, and the front will have a package air conditioning system. The back system is more expensive than the air conditioning system. Then there's the finish. So the back has lifts, and the front's got a tile floor, and there's no difference on the major quality of the building, and the finish amounts are marginal. There's not a major issue. A case in point is when the Ford dealership on Pembina Highway beside the old Border Revision shut down. It became a sports shop. So they put the showroom in the old service area and in the old showroom area and wherever they wanted to. And that gives you an idea of what the building is all about. There's nothing special or different physically. It was just some image packages, some trim.
On page number 9, would you agree that your comparable on regions, comparable 1, 3, and 4 will be more suitable for subject property on region?
1, 3, and 4. Well, these are in shopping centers, so They're restricted use. They wouldn't allow an auto dealer in, and they're for interesting comparison. I think that when we first began looking at this, we looked at this and said, you know, if we're going to split this up, we got showroom space, $13-14, and we got garage space, $10, and let's put 12 on for most properties. And I think it's that's when I began my appraisal business, that's the way I was trained.
And your comparable number 8 of Matt Phillips at $13.70 will be close to the subject property as well?
I don't know what this one is. This is provided by somebody else. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
So your own comparables, you would agree that your own comparables showed range between $10.25 to $14 per square foot for subject property?
No, the range is that we looked at, the entire range, the high end was on all of these was 1425, and the low end on all of these was 685. And we came to our opinion of value on looking at the totality.
So you combine retail store. Would you agree that you combine retail store that has already a storage area with car repair garage together? Yeah. In your comparables.
I'm not sure about your description of it, and I'm not criticizing the content, the message. I just don't understand the language that you used.
Could I repeat myself? Retail shop, retail store on region on McPhillips. They have a store area where they sell product, and they have a storage area. Like if compared to car dealership, we have a showroom and we have service garage. Correct?
No, it wasn't like that. It was like when you look at a retail facility, the predominant section on retail will be for retailing, because you don't want to pay rent for a warehouse if you can locate it somewhere else and bring in your goods as required. Most retail facilities do have a storage area in the back, but it's minimal. And whereas in a car dealership, the back is much larger. So that's why we looked at on that basis is sort of a blend. Now, put it in perspective, you could say that a showroom and the parts store are like retail. Parts stores are fairly small compared to the showroom, and then the repair shop is the repair shop. But I mean, those sorts of definitions are rather abstract. I think we were looking at it on a bit of a high level concept. I don't like that word, but like on a broad concept.
At the end of the day, both parties, you have to agree that you've basically treated it the exact same way. Ms. Shable, you've done $11.65 a square foot on the building area that you've used, and Mr. Neufeld has done $10 a square foot on that overall building. So you guys are both agreeing to this, and I'm not sure, Ms. Shable, why you keep going down this road, but in essence, you guys are agreeing on how it should be done. So please move along. I see what you've your point you've made. Now move on, please. Thank you.
Let's open my rebuttal.
Not yet. We are not through
Okay,
questions.
sorry.
Sorry, and on that topic, I don't see any. Do I have some of it? Do I have it?
It may not be in the information yet.
Mr. Neufeld, I should have just sent it to you. 3:01 it left my inbox.
Oh, okay, wait, I see it. Thank you.
Okay, so we will get to it in a few moments, but first we have some questions. Mr. Hutchings, do you have questions of Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I only need confirmation of your revised assessment value, Mr. Neufeld. I've got $4,051,000.
61.
61.
Okay,
Yes.
that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson, questions?
And I just needed a clarification because on your page 1, it says 8% cap and you have been verbalizing 7.5% cap. So just needed a clarification there, please.
Oh, okay. What the 7.5 was as a broad number for the auto dealers. In this particular instance, we put it higher because of the environmental factor on it.
Gotcha. Understood. Thank you. And that's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Neufeld, I think I've asked you this, but I just want to confirm. In the past, this has been a long-time client of yours, correct?
Yes.
And was the assessment always, was there a reduction to the assessment because of the block to the north at 2050 Main Street or not?
Every year it was taken into consideration, and it would be by different informally, and we would bring them in. They wouldn't be heard together, and we would look at the result from one and then balance it with the other one, and inform the assessor where we were going and how it was to be heard. Most years there was agreement on it was handled this way. I mean, you know, they don't even have a separate occupancy permit for the place next door. It's under the same occupancy permit.
Yeah, well, and I'm not disagreeing with that comment, sir. I'm just
Okay.
trying to understand why that may not have been done. And I think you've answered my question. So
well, let's just put it down with communication with any particular assessor. Generally on this property, we've had good communication.
thank you. With that, I guess we, unless you have any rebuttal, Mr. Neufeld, no?
No.
Okay. So apparently, Ms. Shavel, you have some rebuttal. Let me check to see. AT&T rebuttal, is that what you're going to refer to?
Correct.
Okay, now go ahead.
You can open page 8 of agent brief in my rebuttal. So first compare 8 of agent brief.
8, oh, sorry, you want, okay. Okay.
So agent has a comparable number 1, 120 Kings Edward. He showed rent at $8.50. My rebuttal on page 4 showed $11 per square foot with income expense provided. Comparable 20.
What page are you on your rebuttal? I'm sorry?
On page number 4.
4 of your rebuttal?
Correct.
Thank you. Just give me a moment. So that is for 120 King Edward, is what you're saying, yes?
King Edward East. Agent showed $8.50 per square foot. My evidence showed it's $11 per square foot. Agent comparable number 2, 3, and 4. 3084 region. It's owner occupied space. It's no list in place. It's a page number 5.
Okay.
1384 Region Avenue occupied by owner. Comparable number 5, 2479 Pembina. Evidence showed $11.89 on page number 6 versus $10.71.
I actually don't see the number on the mailer that you've attached here. Forgive me.
On page number 6.
Yes.
If you look page number 6, I attach evidence. And so you can see that the leasable area of subject property
is 5,300.
Yes, and we have a rent income. So we divide rent income on leasable area. It's given $11.98 per square foot for 2479 Pembina.
Okay, so because of the square footage, the rate went up per square foot, correct?
Correct.
Okay, moving on.
Comparable, 1 second. Comparable 125, 4, it's downtown. It's not suburban space. 1 second. 11. Comparable 231 Oak Point. It's located in industrial area, in M1 industrial. It's information. It's industrial area. 231 Oak Point on page 18. So this industrial rent usually much lower than commercial rent. Comparable. Same with comparable number 6, 31 Scarfield. In my, it's 18 page. It's industrial M1. So comparable 9 on Oak Point and Scarfield. It's industrial rent. It's industrial market, not commercial like subject property.
Okay.
On page comparable number 13, 750 Nairn. On page 19, showed rent $11.79 versus $9.23 provided by agent. Comparable number 14, 720 Nairn Avenue, showed rent $11.18 compared to $9 provided by agent. So this rent much higher. Comparable number 15, it's on Dougal, it's industrial area, Oak Point industrial area. Notre Dame, comparable number 18, 1123 Notre Dame, it's owner occupied space. You can see this on page number 20 of my rebuttal. Comparable number 19, it's 2554 Portridge. Agent states that it best comparables together with 1322 Waverly. By 2554 Portridge, it's vacant land. It's no lease exists, no improvements. Comparable number 20, 3022 Waverly. It's page 22, rent for $12.95 per square foot. So agent own comparables showed between $12.95 to $11 per square foot on page number 8. It just service garage for part of subject property car dealership. Rent between $13 to $11 per square foot. Let's go to comparable number 9. Page number 9. Comparable number 2, 2195 Pembina. It's 24 page of my brief. Showed rent $10.75 per square foot. Compared to $9.80. So much higher. In comparable 3292. Comparable number 5 on Portridge. Rent $14 per square foot compared to $13.50. So agent owned comparables showed between $14 to $11 per square foot. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Newfeld, any questions of the assessor on her rebuttal?
Yeah, I'm going to try to be brief here.
Please.
On the 6th page, I don't understand how you calculated 1189. I'm getting a number of 1073 a square foot.
By 6. If you divide 63,000 rent to 5,300 square feet, it gives us estimation of 1 second. 63,000 divide by 53. $11.89 per square foot.
What about the expenses of $6,125?
We're looking for net lease, what we're looking for.
Where is the rest of the document?
I showed what I estimate. It showed square footage. Your square footage 5.6 thousand. They reported 5.3 thousand square feet, and net income 63,000. Give us $11.89.
Question. Where is the rest of the document on page 6?
I showed what I'm looking for, and you can see net
Never
income.
mind. Next question.
Clean. If you look on income type
Page
on page
19.
number 6,
Ms. Shable,
we
I
have
believe
gross
you,
in net. You can
not
see
listening.
check mark for net lease. So I
Ms.
showed, I
Shable,
don't confuse people. I showed what I'm looking for.
I
Rent
understand that, but he
in
asked
total
where the
area.
rest of the document was. You chose to show him this part of it only.
Correct.
That's all
To
he's
bring my
asking.
point. Yes.
It's all he's asking. So
Thank you.
my apologies, Mr. Neufeld, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Page 19, 750 Nairn, same question. Where's the rest? Well, how did you do the calculation?
I divide rent income 47,149 square feet dollar to 4,000 square feet. Give us estimation on $11.79.
And what about the expenses in the middle column?
We don't look for expenses. We look for net lease exist on the property.
Does it say that this is a net lease?
It's net lease.
Where does it say it?
Because you can see Hydra water was no expenses. It's paid by the tenants. It's clean net lease.
Where is the rest of the form?
I don't provide it because it's not my point what I showed.
Okay, so but what's showing on here demonstrates in my mind $7.03. I don't see any other there's no markings anywhere else, is there?
It's a rent income over $47,000 for 4,000 square feet. Get estimation $11.08 per square foot.
Page 21. Now in this case you did provide the whole document. Why in this case would you provide the whole document versus the others?
Because it shows that it's vacant land.
And what is the date of the vacancy?
It's 2023 prior to reference date. It's vacant land.
I see. And the statement
It's no
above,
improvements there.
the statement above details the 2015 transaction, correct?
Which transaction? Property of 2554, it's vacant land. There no lease.
You're telling us that it was vacant in 2023. Are you telling us it was vacant in 2015?
We're talking about reference date 2023. It's showed vacant.
It's rebuttal. A rebuttal is to refute something I said. So I said here there was a 2015 transaction at 750. How does that refute?
It's 10 years before reference date. It's not support any market evidence.
You're
For
telling
2023
vacant
market.
in 23. What does it matter?
At the end of the day, Ms. Shable, I believe what Mr. Neufeld is saying, if it's now gone to a vacant piece of property at this point, he's showing you just what the lease was at the point in time that started in 2015. If it's since gone and been demolished and is now just land, all you're saying at this point is, well, it's now a vacant land. I appreciate that, but Mr. Neufeld is giving you the information he had at that moment in time.
Thank you.
On page 24, where is the financial statement to accompany 2195 Pembina?
Page 24. I showed existing rent on Giant Tiger, rent for 20,000 square feet at $18 at $10.75. I'm looking for specific lease.
I asked you where the financial statement was so that you could prove that that was a net lease.
It's a clean net lease, you can see.
Does it say net lease anywhere on the
It
page?
said lease, start lease. And operation expenses extra $7.77. So annual gross lease $18.52.
Does it
It's
say
clean net
net?
lease.
Does it say net anywhere here?
It's a net lease.
Where does it say that?
It showed annual rent $10.75. They have operation change. Total change is showed gross lease $18.52.
Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld. And questions, Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hutchings, questions?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I do not have any questions at this point. Unless there's a final summation that needs to be made by either party,
Yes, please.
keep it brief.
Our job here today to analyze the market evidence that determines the best conclusion of the market value. A major disagreement is area of leasable area. Agent provides that leasable area equal to plan area over 40,000 square feet. But my own evidence on page 35 and permits showed 44,254 square feet in 2017. So I will be do small adjustment for leasable area in future. Another big disagreement is rent. We did assess subject property less than $12 per square foot that very well supported by agent evidence on 3020 Region Avenue, Mac Phillips Retail, 3292 Portridge, with rent between $11.65 to $14 per square foot. Based on agent also asked for reduction for 250 main street property for $698,000. I look an assessment for this property only $640,000 in first place. Based it's assessed separate, it's not part of this property. Based of my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property $7,123,000. Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. Just firstly, in the rebuttal that was presented, I only selected 4 to question on. I just thought that shows the flavor of it. And you know, the problem is that you can't present half a statement and tell somebody that something is wrong. To disprove it, you have to read the financial statements, and the ones that I've submitted, that's what we do because that's our business. There's differences in recoveries and nets versus gross, and you can see that, just as I said, the sampling on it shows that, well, it used to be a group of people who would read a verse in the Bible and make an entire religion out of it instead of reading the whole book. But I digress. I don't mean to insult anyone, but
No, you don't. Let's keep moving.
it means nothing. It would never change the opinion of value because these comparables that we used are a reflection of what's happening in the market, and nothing changes or turns on it. We have a minor difference in rental value, and in our opinion, it's a land shortage, and utility of the building is not up to the par with the other auto dealers. And capitalization rate is the property type it is impacted by the environmental registration. And the extra lot has always been a consideration. I could probably name you and bore you to death and take more time up about numerous instances where this is done. And it's almost an automatic. 1500 and 1504 St. Mary's forever was just like, oh yeah, we forgot about it. Yeah, we'll take that off. Okay, so if you're trying to split hairs here, that's fine, but that's not the way it would work. You need the land for the cars. Thank you. Sorry it took so long.
Thank you very much. And I believe that concludes this particular property. And at this point, I think I'm going to need a break. So we will adjourn for a moment and give us in 5 minutes and we will be back. Thank you very much and welcome back. And we will be moving on to 2425 McPhillips Street. And I will again ask both parties that we need to move this along. It's already late in the afternoon, so we need to keep this moving and we have many properties still to go through. So, Ms. Shable, would you please go through your presentation, please? Thank you.
Thank you. File number 24-4188, roll number 050014205000. We did assess 2025 with market evidence April 1st, 2023 at 6,770,000. The subject property is complete auto dealership built in 2016 and located in C3 Caridon commercial zoning and neighborhood 324 Templeton, Sinclair. Plan area of subject property, land area 133,066 square feet, plan area 27,000, and gross and floor leasable area 32,000. On page number 3, I have found lease, net lease, it's $18.20 provided by income expense mailer. On page number 3, started air photo and street view of subject property. Subject property located northwest of the city. It's Toyota dealership. More photo following on page 4 and 5. It's a rectangle shape of land. More photo following on page number 6 and 7. I present zoning commercial corridor, how to use. It's very expensive land area with good explosion. On page number 8 and 9, I presented rent comparable for a retail shopping mall space, and my set comparables will be same 61 to 72 when include McPhillips. And you can see my comparables number 64. Its biggest comparables 40,000 square feet rent and $13.50. In my another double size comparables on McPhillips 71 for over 65,000 square feet at $15 per square foot. Let's look how we assess the subject property. On page number 10, income expense income approach for car dealership, we assess 32,000 square feet at $13.59. Give us potential rent 434,880. We did apply same vacancy loss 2% across the all car dealership. Expenses not recoverable 3%, shortfall $6 per square foot for vacant space, give us net operating income of $409,557. Overall capitalization rate generated by model 6.05%, give us estimate value 6,770 square foot. I presented order we following up, municipal order 8-02223 in my brief. On page 32, income expense mailer provided for us. It showed clean net lease. And on page 33, I look at permits. So this building built in 2016. Size construction was posted in 2014, started for 6.2 million, just clean construction, and we assess 6.7 million. On page number 34, it's permits from 2014 about optional professional certificate program construction of 2-story 3064 square meter auto dealership. It's following up for by in 2025 property assessment appeal. Based on evidence presented in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property, 6,770,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newfield, any questions at this point, please?
Yes, unfortunately. Page 10, was this valuation all done by the model?
Correct?
On page 2, you say that there's a net lease,
Correct.
and are you saying that this property is leased?
It showed that lease at $18.20. Lease from Jim Cornwall Realty Limited and lease to McPhillips Holding Winnipeg Limited. It's clean lease, net lease, all expenses paid by tenants.
On page 36, who signed the appeal for Jim Cornwall Realty?
Jim Cornwall Realty.
Whose signature is that? The printed name, Daryl
It's
Cornwall?
signed by the owner.
Daryl Cornwall, correct?
Yeah, on page 36, it's your appeal.
Okay, and what's his email?
You can read by itself, it's your appeal.
What is the suffix on his email? Is it mcphillipstoyota.com?
Correct.
Okay, who is the tenant, correct? They're one and the same. Now on page, there's one more thing, page 30.
But it's two different business
Page
name,
32.
Jim Cornwall Realty Limited, and on page number 2 we can see McPhillips Holding Winnipeg Limited. It's two different businesses.
What does page 32 say for under annual income received? Its owner occupier is fully checked off.
Yeah, it's full. It's zero vacancy.
No ownership. Owner occupier / fully, correct? They indicated that it's an owner occupied property.
And if you look on page 34 on permits, it's owner Jim Cornwall Realty Limited and tenants McPhillips Toyota. It's two distinguished different businesses.
What did their form say? Did their form say that it was owner occupied or not?
It's two different businesses.
Did the form say whether it was owner occupied or not?
Fully occupied.
No, Ms. Shable, I believe you're reading it incorrectly. Look at page 32, and I believe that's where Mr. Newfield is pointing right now. Where it says owner occupied, it's checked.
Okay, it's owner occupied. In this case, $18.20. It's a will be book rent.
Okay.
And that very well supported by my comparables. They showed average.
But it's a book rent.
$18 book rent. Yes, correct.
Okay.
18. Yeah.
That doesn't equate to an arm's length lease.
But it's two different businesses.
Okay, moving on, please.
Thank you. And built in 2016, do you know the history of the property? Where was the former Toyota dealership?
I don't notice.
Okay, so on page 4.
If you page 33, you can see.
Page 4, you have a picture of it. Were you not aware that the old dealership was on the south part of the lot?
Construction started in 2014.
Okay, you don't know that it was there. That's fine. Going back to the permit on page 34, did you determine whether or not there were demolition costs in the permit?
And this permit just for construction,
Do you have a copy of
brand
the
new build.
full
No,
permit?
I don't have.
Thank you.
For
Does the
on page
permit-
34, construction of new building in 2000 it started 2014 for
Does the permit include?
6.2 million. I just posted only one
We
permit.
all heard it the first time. Does the permit indicate that there were hoists included in the value? Do you have the details?
I don't have this information.
Okay, all right. And
You can see, okay, I have
no
information.
more questions.
Page 34, new dwelling create a zero. You can see new gross floor area, 32,991 square feet, auto dealership. It's brand new building.
Where is the rest of the permit?
It's construction of new building.
Do you think that a permit
And
is
usually
issued?
they showed existing area and addition area. It's completely new building.
Do you think this is the extent of what a building permit looks like?
I say you how we can read this
Okay,
permits.
thank you. Look, I
No
have
previous
okay.
area,
I
just
want to
brand
move it
new
along
building.
here. I have no more
Please,
questions.
thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Neufeld.
I have no more questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Hutchings, any questions at this time?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I don't believe I have any further questions, so Mr. Neufeld, can we have your presentation on this, please?
Thank you. I'm going to start off with a bit of verbal rebuttal on permits. Of course, we all know cost doesn't equal value. When this was built, you can see from the pictures that there's now a parking area on the south of it. That was the old building. So they demolished the old building and built a new one. Well, actually, they built the new one, then they demolished the old one because they had to keep going in business. So that is covered in a permit. What's also covered in a permit are the issues like hoists, which are not accessible. And lastly, permits include the image package. Now, an image package, as I've described before, is something from the dealership. You have to buy their signage and put it up. And the going cost for a Toyota image package, last time I looked, was that I was told around 1.2, 1.3 million. And that all goes into cost. That stuff isn't accessible. It's a business issue. And of course, cost doesn't equal value. The rest of the site, we approached it exactly the same way as the other one. In this case, the adjustment was a little bit lower on the income for the factor of the land allocation. It's 3.1 acres. Now, a Toyota dealership has moved into the big time. It used to be a 3-acre site was adequate for it. When they first built their property, it was the standard for a Toyota dealership. That standard, Toyota's now one of the big guys. They need the 10 acres. So this particular owner has had to buy one lot in West St. Paul? No, it's in. I think it's in. No, it's in West St. Paul, just further down the street on McPhillips, and it's a 2-acre site there for car storage. Since then, he's purchased another storage site to have storage for land. Now, I'm going to only have to say this once, and for the rest of them is what changed is that auto dealers don't inventory cars for their dealers anymore. There used to be big lots. You could say, I need a 2-door in red, and they'd ship one out to you. Now you got to buy them all and store them all yourself because of the instability that some of the dealers faced. They needed the cash flow happening, or at least the commitments for getting rid of their product. So that's what's changed it. Now you have your own inventory and you have to store it yourself. Again, you want to assess them as a car dealership, recognize the model that they use. And if you don't recognize the model they use, the requirement for this land, then come up with a different method of valuation, which is what we did. Nothing else. So that, and I've been, obviously I've inspected the old site and the new site and this car storage on McPhillips, and was involved with them on that acquisition as well as the second acquisition they were looking at to get more land for parking. It's a need for it. Other than that, this is exactly the same as what you've already seen. We've used rents from around the city. Again, the rear part, service area, looking at automobile related uses. The front part, big box retail, not fancy retail, just big box, strip bare, because these are all the same. Open truss ceiling and very, very limited quality on it. And the only thing that they do that's slightly different than most retailers is the lighting. They have a different type of lighting that makes the cars look shinier. The cost on that, there's no extra cost. It's just a different lensing on the bulbs. That is my presentation. Oh, sorry, I want to point out something else to you, page 9. This was also on the other one you looked at. This is what the bank charged for them to carry their inventory. So this is a floating interest rate chart from, I forget the name of, this is one particular bank, I think it's Bank of Montreal's charges to carry inventory. And you'll note that as 2022 progressed from January to December, it went from 1.2% to 5.62%. This is also indicative of our Bank of Canada chart on page 45, showing exactly the same trend. So as interest rates rose, so did capitalization rates. Short and to the point, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions at this point, Ms. Shavel?
Please apply my question and my rebuttal from previous case to 2000 Main because agent provides same comparables.
Very well. Any questions, Mr. Hutchings?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, questions?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I don't have any questions either. Thank you very much. I don't believe either party needs a summation.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Very quick. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. The subject property was originally built in 2016 for 6.2 million. And yes, it was demolition of all building in 2016 without provided demolish cost. It's usually 10-50,000. So based off my evidence, in my analysis, April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 6,770,000. On page 33, it's yes construction and demolition day. Thank you. No further question.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, I'm assuming you are good or you want to have more?
Well, it's all it's going to be is the same of what you heard, but we all know cost doesn't equal value. And in this case, cost of the business enterprise has nothing to do with the real estate enterprise. These are inexpensive metal frame buildings that have been purposed to sell automobiles and to house automobiles, and you can drive them in and drive them out. They're not fancy, and the real estate is not what the model is looking at. They're looking at some form of a business enterprise value, and we need to strip that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes this property. Thank you very much, both. And we will move on to the next property on the docket, that being.
Did you close this? I sorry, I forgot to say one last thing. And it's very, very brief. Is that
Make it quick.
There's an environmental registration file number 63661 on this property.
Fair enough. All right, so 33 Oak Point Highway. Ms. Shavel, could you walk us through your presentation, please?
File number 24-4294, roll number 07-569-082-300. The subject property was assessed in 2025 with market reference day April 1st, 2003 at 8,416,000. The subject property complete auto dealership, original built in 1963 with addition in 2007. It's located in manufacturing, industrial zoning, specific Tyndall Park, has land area 286,469, has plan area 48,631, and gross and floor area 51,783 square feet would we assess. The subject property was sold in 2019 for 8 million. Our assessment 8.4 million for 2025. On page number 2, location of the subject property, it will be north west of the city. Air photos following on page number 3. You can see regular shape of building. Air photo and street view on page 4 and 5. And on page number 6, showed that subject property located on corner of Sell Creek Avenue and King Edward Street and facing Oak Point Highway, so in this triangle, and has a zoning manufacturing light, so it's industrial area. For subject property, it's car dealership. We apply same retail comparable started on page number 8. Specific for the subject property, this areas will be closest 14 to 26 and Ellis St. James. It showed that average $18.70, weight average $18.53, in media $18.40 per square foot. We did assess subject property on page number 9 for 51,783 square feet, average $11.07. That give us potential rent of 573,183. We did apply same 2% vacancy loss to be consistent and fair across whole car dealership. 3% not recoverable expenses. It's shortfall. $6 per square foot for vacant space. It gives us estimation of net operating income of 538,653. Model generates 6.4%. That gives us estimate value of 8,460,000. On page 13, I provide order 8-0223 municipal board that showed us that we have applied rent of national retail shopping malls. On page 31, income expense provided for us. It's owner occupied space. On page 33, I provide I find permits 2093 for construction prefabricate 320,000 square feet accessory storage building for this. And another permit 34 in 2006 Beaver Truck Center construction 1 story 9,100 square feet addition to rear or existing repair service building, interior alteration for 1/2 on existing service, bay to crane mezzanines for storage of tools. On page 35, I check permits, original construction. It started from 1998. It was construction new. 2001 partial permit foundation, so it was alteration. Additional construction was in 2006 for altogether 1.5 million. Size 2098. On page 36, it's a 2023 property assessment notice and a following by appeal. Based of my evidence, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 8,460,000. 16. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, again, was this done by the model?
Correct.
And that would be as a vehicle dealership?
Correct.
And what sort of vehicle do they sell?
If you look on page number 4, you can see truck for sale.
What type of truck is that?
If you look on page number 5, Volvo trucks on middle photo, street view, or also Beaver. Beaver, what is Beaver? Something we can see sign of Beaver.
I meant these are not pickup trucks. These are semi-trailer tractors, correct?
It's not tractors, it's pickup truck.
It's called a tractor, a semi-trailer tractor.
But it's a car-related dealership.
They haul trailers, road transport vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And your model, they put trucks into the same, like working trucks in the same category as cars?
If everything movable, it's in trucks. It can be a sale of snowmobile or auto or trucks. It's auto dealership for us.
And the
To be consistent across the city and fair.
And this is on Oak Point Highway. Earlier, you made several references to the comparables having industrial locations. Isn't this an industrial location?
It's adjusted was made already. You can see retail location $18 per square foot. We assess at $11. It's very well considered.
Isn't $11 what Parkside Ford was assessed at?
Correct.
Same as a car dealer.
Car dealership.
Where's the difference?
By location.
Did you review the report? You have a sale reported. Did you review who the vendor and purchaser were?
Purchase was original company right now 1392993 Ontario Limited and 2691528 Ontario Limited. They bought in 2019 for 8 million.
Where is the sales questionnaire in this report?
No, I didn't provide this.
Did you interview anyone on the nature of the transaction?
No.
Was it called Beaver Truck before the sale?
It's if you look on page number 5, it's Beaver Street View.
What date was that picture?
I did from Google. If you look on page number 5, we have Volvo Toyota on middle and on left corner, Beaver trucks. Two names of same building.
My question is, did you see if it changed the name of the company from before the sale to after the sale?
No answer.
Have you been in this building?
Okay, it's Beaver truck. If you look on your appeal into 37, owner can Beaver truck company. So it's owner occupied.
It wasn't the question. Do you know whether it changed if the business changed names?
It's no business under assessment, just property.
Okay, that's still not my question. I'm moving on. Have you inspected the property?
Although I didn't inspect it, it's a subject property. I'm able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
You have a plan area of 48,631 square feet. Is that the plan area?
Correct.
On page 8, you have 17,795 square feet of storage mezzanine. Is there a mezzanine in the building?
Correct.
17,000 square feet?
We have a mezzanine area. Storage and mezzanine area, it can be assessed together, but if you look on permits, they build exist. And on page 34, they built a one-story, 9,100 square foot additional to rarer or existing repair building, interior alteration to one half of existing service bay to create mezzanine for storage of tools. So this building has mezzanine.
Sorry, and
That's why
what page was that?
leasable area much higher than plan area.
Sorry, what
On
page?
page number 34.
34. And that was dated 2005?
2006.
Okay, issue date okay, sorry, I can't read that.
If you look on page 35, construction addition in 2006 for 750,000.
And well, sorry, you had said that it's Beaver Truck Center on the current pictures.
Yes, it showed.
And
on
then
street view.
on page 34, the applicant was Beaver Truck Center, correct?
Correct.
So it's the same company name?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us where the mezzanine is located on your pictures?
Rare additional.
Where is the
if you look on permits and rare existing
There's
building.
a picture perhaps I could refer you to on your page 4. Do you know where the mezzanines are located?
I know we can read on permits on page number 34, one of part of mezzanine there.
So do you know where in the building they are?
According to construction additional warehouse, it's to the rarer or existing repair service building.
Okay, so you don't know. That's fine. If you don't know, it just
I
won't
just
waste time.
refer for my evidence provided.
Okay. One sec. Any of your comparables on page 7 and 8, are they sell road transport vehicles?
No.
Can you even park a semi-trailer on any of these lots?
My comparables retail rate showed $18 per square foot. We assess at $11 per square foot due to industrial location.
Is there any retail in the neighborhood?
No, it's industrial location.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Hutchings?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Anderson, any questions?
No questions for me, sir. No, thank you.
And I have no questions either. Mr. Neufeld, can we have your brief, please?
Thank you. Firstly, it's the Operation Beaver truck has been running for quite some time. In 2019, the owner of the business sold the business and the real estate, Barry Searcy, and the transfer was the entire operation. So whatever the sale says, it's relevant because it's a transfer. The business was sold with it. And I believe that I'm pretty sure I helped them fill out their form. So that was made clear to the assessor at the time that when they were dealing with the sale of business assets and goodwill, and there was no specific value for the real estate. And the person who bought it was an employee of the operation. On the dimensions, we very slightly, and I'll tell you where it happens is I kind of like the assessor's picture a bit better. It's a bit clearer than mine on page. I guess we can use page top of page 4 of the assessor's workup. There's an L-shaped building. The going from left to right, there's 2 large sections. Those are completely truck service bays. So these are drive-through. Well, they're not drive-through bays. You can enter from either side into a truck bay. They have craneways in them, and they do fairly extensive repair. They will actually haul remove a motor and a transmission unit from a vehicle for servicing. So this is heavy repair work. And then there's a connection, a triangle shaped connection piece. That's the service office. The middle building is a combination of parts storage. There's at the front of it where the smaller horizontal windows are, there's parts for sale, accessory parts like, mud flaps and reflector lights and fancy steering wheels. The large bay window door underneath the 33 is their showroom. Has room for 1 vehicle in it, and that's we call them tractors, semi-trailer tractors, and that's what they sell. The predominant business, of course, is repair. There are years when they might sell 1 or 2 new vehicles per year. Their main business is repair in a truck-related business of this sort, and it's not selling new vehicles. Most vehicles these days of this type are done on fleet deals, direct to factory, and then the local dealer becomes the representative to arrange the delivery and the ongoing service. Their model differs substantially from a car dealership. Then the mezzanine, if you see the elevated section in that building in the middle, there is their administration office is up there, and it was lifted. The roof was lifted a bit, and it's about a 7.5 foot area that we did include it in the area because it's in use. Additionally, on the truck showroom, there is a catwalk around the outside of it and several small sales offices on a mezzanine level. The building to the right is a warehouse. At one point, they were doing wholesale oil sales, and that is they would get in a very large container of oil, and I forget the size of these. I think they're 300 or 400 gallon on a pallet, and then they would redistribute it to smaller containers for the truck use. Since then, the use has been changed more to truck parts for Volvo as well as other trucks, and they're storing parts in this building now. It's a pure warehouse. It has nothing to do with automobile dealerships of any sort whatsoever. It's pure warehouse. Fairly large land allocation, which they need for their business, and this one is 6.4 acres for their use. It's a good layout for it, and it does work. And because as opposed to an auto dealership, they're not carrying a ton of inventory. If you see inventory there, they're generally used vehicles, and they're lined up front. You can see the pictures. There's about 20 used vehicles up front, and that works for them because a tractor costs, I forget these days, $400,000. They're not carrying them on their lot. The rent what we looked at for this is purely industrial, nothing else. There's no way you could call this a retail or auto dealership or anything big box. It doesn't matter. So we had a mix of good industrial and medium industrial, and we split it up that way. When we call sorry, the markings on this are incorrect. It says showroom 31,000 feet. No, that's repair facility. And the reason it's at $8 is because it's got high ceiling and it's got craneways. and it's working space. And that's just a good industrial rate, like a high quality industrial, because that's what they do there. The mezzanine is really an afterthought, not much value to it. There's some to it, and we put a very moderate rate on it. And then the warehouse, which is the building off to the right, is just a warehouse. And there is a mezzanine level in that warehouse. It was originally built as a classroom for training people on I forget what it was, and I've been in there several times. It's been decommissioned. It's of no use. It's just getting in the way of good storage space below. No market for it at all. So we will not consider it to be usable, and that's our difference on the value of it. And I am applying sound principles of measurement and valuation. And in this one, I just want to see, I just was going to check the rent table here that we were looking at. Yes, we were looking more at the bottom of page 5, industrial rates, and also on page 6. This is where our laziness came in, that we had these already in place for the industrial ones. And these are working industrial spaces. And from these charts, we can see our high end is $8 on all of them, and our low end is $2. We put the service bays at the top end, and then the storage in the middle. As far as the capitalization rate is concerned, this one I wouldn't dare to call an automobile related facility. We just applied the Collier's cap rate, and listed on page 40. This case we are on page 40. 40 industrial class B at the high end of the range. There is no environmental registration on this site, which is quite surprising. I've been in the site lots of times, and if this were put on the marketplace, there would be a phase 2 ordered by anyone who's doing financing on it, because of the usage that it has, being a former oil storage warehouse and heavy equipment repair site. No registration, but I think it's rather transparent that one will have to investigate that and treat it guilty until proven innocent. However, it will continue to be a factor. You'll note that our values on this over the years have been incredibly varying, and we just put a bit of a history of it on page 1. And I know you're not going to compare assessments, but it's just the story of how 1 year it's recognized it's industrial, the next year it's not, because we have varying decisions. The city has 2020 under appeal, we have 2023 under appeal, and what we're trying to do this year is put forward a rate that, if it's supportable, is gravitates towards the mid-range of this. It's definitely an industrial site, and the modeling and the labeling of it is incorrect. Don't think I have anything more to add on this. No, thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Question, Ms. Shable?
Yes, please. Your rentable area doesn't reflect additional renovation, additional construction, correct?
No, I think our point of difference is the mezzanine on the old oil warehouse. I think the city's 51,783, and we're at 50893, and that would be the difference.
On page number 7, you have comparable number 17 on Out Point Highway. It's closest to the subject property, correct?
Sorry, I just got there. What was the comparable?
On page number 7, Oak Point Highway, rent for $11.18, why you apply less than $7? You didn't consider your own evidence, market evidence on Oak Point?
No, I've inspected this property and it's a bus repair facility, a bus auto body shop. So they would that's their specialty. It's a very special use building, and it also has some unheated space which isn't included in the total. So
And still it's rent for $11.80. And
well,
subject property
listen,
specific
I'm
truck.
sorry. Okay, I'll give you a better answer. I'm an appraiser, and I wouldn't apply this to the subject property. It's not appropriate. It's a different type of usage. I've inspected it, and I base it, and we base it on our observations on what is fair and what is a similar property.
So, in your opinion, repair bus or truck, it's completely different market evidence.
Well, this particular rental amount it was actually absorbed when it was sold. It was so it was a tenant buyback after that point, 2014 date, and a different usage. Not the same. There's several truck auto body shops in the neighborhood that they pay more than the repair shops because their facility requirements are different and they have paint booths in them.
On your page number 5, you provide small industrial rental rate. Sorry. So all your size less as 9,000 square feet, between 1 to 9,000 square feet, correct? You didn't provide any evidence about 50,000 square feet rent?
We had, you should consider our tables in their totality, and we have a wide range of rents. And
what page, please, provide to us?
The next page, page 6. So this is our standard table that we provide with clean rents. And the clean rents mean that we make sure that they don't have tenant inducements in them, that they're just for the real estate.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchings, questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I don't believe I have any further questions either. So other than a quick summation, if one is required.
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence to determine the best conclusion of the market value. The major disagreement at area. Agent didn't provide addition for subject property. So our data, our records up to date, leasable area of subject property 51,783 square feet. We assess subject property at $11 per square foot, with very well supported with agent evidence on page number 7 for 410 Oak Point Highway, subject property 33 Oak Point Highway. Based of my evidence, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property is $8,416,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, anything quick?
Yes, I feel very sorry for the owner of this property that they've been treated as they are an auto dealership, and discuss it with them, and although it's funny, it's tragically funny. They're a pure industrial usage in an industrial neighborhood catering to road transport vehicles. They are not selling new Cadillacs or Mazdas or anything of the sort. They don't sell to retail clients and residential clients. They sell to the industry, an industry that's involved in industrial. As such, they're controlled by that. And the debate over the years is sad in that that the assessment department has treated them that way. And I think I can tell you this: there is some movement to try to treat them differently in the future. We've been have not got that off the ground yet with the assessment department. They have indicated some interest in it. So it's not all about you're wrong, I'm right. It's about there is some reason working behind the scenes on it. And what we tried to do is put forward a value that we're not looking for the best possible. We are looking at a medium result, trying to agree and accept some principles, but not the wrong ones. And the principle we're trying to agree on is that even though that's industrial, there's a part of this property that is truly productive in industrial sense, which are those truck repair bays. And that was what we were trying to get across. There are today over 400 appeals of auto dealerships at the municipal board. We would really like to get these resolved and have people talk to each other and try to use common sense. And this is our effort at trying to put that across. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. And Ms. Shavel, we are now moving on to.
I would like to request a 10 minutes break.
Sure.
Thank you.
Make it 5 and we're good. Thank you very much and welcome back. Ms. Shavel, we have now moved on to address 1895 Brookside Boulevard. And I'd like to have your presentation at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. File number 24-4167. Roll number 14100128045. We did assess 2025 with reference day for market April 1st, 2023 for 10,807,000. The subject property complete auto dealership, original start built in 2004 with addition 2023. It's located manufacturing C3 Corridor commercial area in the Inster industrial neighborhood. Land area of subject property 455,079 square feet, plan area 68,480 square feet, gross floor area leasable area 76,170 square feet. The subject property air photo and street view on page number 3. It's located northwest. Street view, it's also trucks related. On page number 4, air photos view, it's located between Inster Boulevard and the Brooklyn Boulevard on corner. Irregular shape of land, air photo of building improvements in street more on page number 5. 6, 7 inside, what happened there. So on page number 9, we provide, it's car dealership, we provide retailer and comparables. It's located in Brookside. It's more industrial area. I guess closest will be Layla McPhillips, 6171. Showed rent, average rent between $15.50, average $14.51, in media $13.50. It's comparable for on Layla in McPhillips, and we assess on page 11 76,170 square feet and $9.38. Give us potential rent 714,475. We did apply 2% vacancy loss for car dealership across the city, 3% not recoverable expenses, shortfall $6 per square foot. Give us net operating income 670,039. Model generates 6.2% capitalization rate. Give us estimate value of 10,807,000. In my brief, I provide the same municipal order 8-0223. We following up for retail space rent. It's going through page 32. On page 33, it's income expense mailer provided for us. It's owner occupied. They showed all expenses, how we statistical crunch expenses for our models. On page 33, we can see capital cost summary, what renovation was done. On page 35, I just ran a report for existing permits, size 2003 to 2021. It was reported 3.5 million construction, additional interior and exterior renovation. On page 36, I posted a last permit for 2021 of construction one-story, 17,710 square feet addition with 3,190 square feet mezzanine to an existing commercial building. Survey map, site plan on page 37. On page 38, I provide 2025 property assessment notice and following by appeal. Based off my evidence presented in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property 10,807,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, one sec. Page 12, was this all done by the model?
Correct.
In your introduction, you called it a car dealership. Is it a car dealership?
A complete auto dealership for our model
What does auto mean?
vehicle, car.
Do they sell cars?
It's everything related to car.
Sorry, everything related to a car. Does it mean a semi-trailer?
Yes, if you look on page number 5, we can see a street view on my last page. It's a truck for sale.
Okay.
There.
I just want to make sure we inform the board that what we're dealing with is the same as before, with which are tractors for semi-trailers, correct?
Correct. In
Okay.
autobus, motorbike, it's will be car dealership in our portfolio with different rent area.
On your page 1, plan area 68,480, and how was the leasable area determined?
Leasable area determined its owner occupied space. We through PP&D property development plan, we have plans about mezzanine, so altogether 76,170 square feet.
Now on page 33, the owner specifies 67,950 square feet. Where do you get that? Do you know where they got that from?
It's addition. It's construction addition commercial.
They have 67,950. You're saying 76,000.
It's a 17,000 addition construction to existing building.
What page was that in addition on?
On page 37, we can see map of addition.
Right. So page 37.
So on our right side, if you look or north side, it's existing building addition in the rear.
And is this particular addition referring to the permit on page 36?
Correct. Of 17,000 square feet plus mezzanine.
What is the date of that permit?
2021.
And what is the date of the owner's report to you?
It's a reference day, April 23.
So 2 years later, after this addition, they're still reporting 67,950.
They report for us plan area only.
And did you inspect the property to determine any of these allocations?
I didn't inspect it. The subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on data we have on file and our data up to date
So
for
you've never,
76,170 square feet. And
You-
for April 1st, 2025,
so you've never been in the building? Is that correct?
no, but I can describe.
And what did the plans indicate? Do you have copies of the plans on the area?
On page 37, I showed location of addition. It will be a south part, south side of the
Right, this is the
existing
addition.
improvements.
Now, I know that you have copies of all the plans because we made sure you got them.
That's why our data for leasable area up to date.
Where did you review those plans?
Yes,
And what did they indicate for area?
67,170 square feet.
Sorry, I'm just glancing about here. I lost my place. You have the rent comparables again on page 9 and 10. None of these are truck related, are they?
It's a retail, like we following a municipal order, look for retail space.
Do you think the municipal board is that stupid that they're going to tell you to call this retail?
Retail space has a selling area and storage area, like car dealership, a showroom, office space, and service garage together. So it's very similar box, retail big box.
I
And
apologize.
they rent for at least $14 per square foot.
Apologize
in
for my
this
language
area.
there. Sorry about that. On page 35, are these the total value of all permits taken out?
I just ran a report from 2003 until 2021, 3.5 million.
And
See, that might be a mistake. Ms. Shable, I believe if you look at that total, it cannot be that little amount because just two of those numbers works out to greater than that amount.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's I did wrong. It's much bigger if I will open and see. I can run. Write data and provide for you.
You do see what I'm saying,
1995.
right?
Yes, you're right. 1995.
To answer Mr. Newfeld's question, that is the sum total or the list of all the permits and the values that were taken out. Is that correct?
Yes, what reported in
Okay.
PPND.
approximately 5.9 million by close.
At least 4.7 million just for
Okay.
big one for new construction 2023 and additional for 2.9 million 2021. It's give already 4.7 million. You're right, it's wrong number.
Is that
Now-
for you, Mr. Newfeld?
And do you know what was included in those values? Was the downdraft paint booth included?
You can see clear in 2021, second line construction addition, third line from the bottom, $500,000 per partial permit foundation. Was interior renovation alteration in 2019 for
Okay,
77,000.
do you have any information that would indicate
No,
whether
I
or
just
not
roughly run what happened with this
equipment
property,
was
in
okay?
what condition.
Do you know that you need to take out a permit to install anything mechanical or electrical?
It's not existent here.
Okay.
Interior alteration ensures that property good maintenance site. Construction additional, it's extra space. And interior, and we have two additions, 2015 and 2021.
on the picture on page 4, there, the outline of the subject property is in purple, correct?
Correct?
What is the property immediately east of it, at the southeast corner? Is that being used by the subject business?
I don't know. I assess only this property, subject property.
Okay, you don't have a clear picture of that, that's fine. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Hutchings?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, questions?
Oh, questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I don't believe I have any further questions, so Mr. Neufeld, can we have your presentation, please?
Yeah, thank you. Finally, pictures. Okay, good. We're using a much different area, and it's actually a 68,500. If you look on page 1, the 3,000 open storage should not have been declared in here as space. So it's 68. It should be 68.5 for leasable area, but of course we put no value in on that section. Like the other property, we kind of divided it up into different sections based on what they do in the section. Like the other one, this is heavy truck repair and parts storage. The difference on this one is they also have a truck body shop as well that they've added on at one point. The sections that that show it are on page 3, and this is my wonderful artwork here. Just to give you an idea, the top picture shows that addition that the assessor was discussing, and it was for truck repair, and then below it is another truck repair bay, and at the bottom of the T is the parts area, and to the right of that is the body shop, and to the left of that is the parts retailing facility, and then there's a little section for office. The bottom part of it also has office, and then this has a showroom, a separate showroom, and these are the areas that we use. And you'll note that they should coincide with the assessor's plans, and all of these dimensions were taken off plans provided by the owners. Now, the differences in the size are to do with standards for one and quality for another. And just to give you an idea of what we do not include in rented space, and one of the big areas is on page 10. So the bottom picture on page 10 shows an open storage mezzanine. That's not a mezzanine, that's racking. Underneath it is a secure area for secure, more valuable parts. It's in lockdown or lockup.
Mr. Neufeld, can I just interrupt for a moment? What picture are you referring to? Because I don't think I have it.
Okay, page 10?
10 on your brief, sir?
Yes. I'm looking at the right one, hopefully.
I hope you are, because I'm looking at it and I see new vehicle inventory lending rates on page 10 of your brief, sir.
Really? Oh, no. Do you have any pictures in there?
Well, the only picture I have is on page 3. That's the aerial with the coloring that you put in.
Right.
The picture prior to that on page 2, just showing the green grass in front and the dealership in behind. That's what I see so far, unless I need to go through all 98 pages to make sure, but
98. Okay, let's see if I got 98. I got 88.
oh, hang on. We've got some more additional pictures, but
okay.
They start at page 12.
All right.
Page 11 is actually blank.
Okay.
So
Maybe,
forgive me, but I just couldn't, I didn't understand where you were.
yeah, it might be a difference in the page numbering. That's, I'm wondering. You, do you have any interior pictures as you scroll
I do,
down?
sir, and they are,
Okay,
I believe, what I would consider page 14.
okay,
See truck bays where you see trucks with their hoods up to be serviced.
okay. Let me just
I also
get,
see.
yeah, okay. That's my page 7. Yeah.
Okay, and then there's a dish after that, there's many pictures of.
There's another
service.
page of trucks, and then there's a page where there's 2 sets of blue trucks, different shades of blue. After that, there's a picture of a stairwell and a picture of another bunch of trucks inside, a black truck.
Our numbers start from 1 and they go in a new sequence.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. Well, the picture I'm referring to is a warehouse picture where there's orange racks, 3 levels of racking, and on the right side there's a stairwell that's
the wooden staircase, sir,
that's the one.
that would be 22 in our pages, sir.
Okay, so that might be is it focused entirely on the stairwell with a fire extinguisher on the right side?
I don't see a fire extinguisher, but I see a person standing at the base of the stairs. Or 2 people, but one's cut off.
Yeah, okay, okay. Well, that's what I was starting with. So this is a parts storage area,
Okay,
and that is an enclosed area, but it's all racking. And this particular one is 3,000 square feet. So it's not mezzanine. It's racking, and it doesn't qualify under anyone's imagination for rentable area because it's an extension of the racking system. And going on, you can actually see a picture of what's inside it in the next one, and it looks like there's a bunch of white white boxes.
yes.
That's the no, that's not even.
T-bar
That's
ceiling in it, sir?
oh wait, that's in a different area. No, the picture underneath it. That's where the one I was mentioning, but the fire extinguisher and the stairwell. That's a better shot of what's up there.
Sorry,
And
I'm not seeing that one, sir.
okay, there are. I think we're all out of order, and I'm going to just describe it, and you're free to look at it as you see fit to speed this along. But the idea is that the place has all of these storage areas, which are really extended racking space, which we do not count as rentable area. No one counts this as rentable area, except for this building, and that's our difference on the area. And with the owner and their architect, we did go through it, and we did get the measurements clarified. I went to them and said, go to your architect and get the number from him in writing, and that's what they did, and that's what they supply to the city. There is further along. There's it's part of the blueprint from.
Mr. Neufeld, could I just ask a simple question?
Yeah.
The difference in square footage between you and the assessor is about 4,600 square feet. Is that what you're referring to? Different?
Yes, it's this upper level, and
okay.
there's a pre-con builder's clipping from the blueprint, and this was on this is on the total. This is on the last edition that the assessor was pointing out from 2021. You'll see that there's a new edition if you find this 17,710. Then the new footprint to that we added. There is actually 2 mezzanines in here that we did count in. There is one that has actually separate entrance from the outside, and it's a row of offices that overlook the repair area. That we are agreeing to is rentable because it also has its own bathroom facilities up there and the separate entrance. And it's a true 2-story. So there's another section as well that we included on there from our review of it, which is a lunchroom mezzanine. So those we took into account, and you can see how we broke that up on the areas on our page one. The office mezzanine 1136 plus the new mezzanine lunchroom at 3190. We added that to the footprint that the architect had indicated. It's 64,177, and that actually should equal 68,503. The open storage doesn't belong. Our number is 68,503 on space. So sorry, that was a bit of a typo, but again, it's not indicated for value.
Okay.
So that's we did get it all in the document, and I'm sorry it's all out of order, or we have a different order. And we're using, and what we've done is applied a variable rates on it. As I mentioned before, we went at the high end of $8 for good working truck repair space. And then the mezzanine levels are really low value, because why do you want a mezzanine? Because all you're doing is taking it away from the good space underneath it, but you got to have it there for service. So you just lose value on it. It doesn't, adding a mezzanine doesn't increase your value. It's worth half as much each level as if it were clear, because it's got to make money for you. That's the idea behind industrial. Working space needs to make money. So our number is correct on the income, the way it's divided, and the actual area we're using, it says 621, but that's actually higher than that overall, because that 3,000 feet should not be in there. It's 716 divided by 68503. It's 648 a square foot. It's almost 650 a square foot overall. Mix of bad and poor rentable space and good rentable industrial space. And again,
sorry, Rocky, just to interrupt, that rate per square foot overall you used was how much?
648.
648. Thank you.
Yeah. So, but the rest of the calculation is as it is. And then we have the NOI at 400,287. Cap rate is the same as before. We looked at the Collier's industrial rates and B. Now the other difference is, again, the lot next door. When this property was first subdivided, surprisingly, I was involved with it many years ago, and the owner bought this entire 21-acre section and subdivided into different parcels, and he had 2533 Inkster, which is right next door, that has been up for sale since 2001. Never had a single bit of interest on it, and I just want to find you a good picture of it. Page 9. Oh, you don't have the right page numbers.
Yeah, I have a picture of an overhead of the site itself on page 28, and I see in yellow with the roads, and then red with the and it appears you're pointing at a square next to the subject property. Am I correct?
Yes, and that is 2533 Inkster, and from the aerial photos that you'll see that it shares the access with 1895 Brookside. They have a shared access off Inkster because they are the same owner. So 2533 no longer has its own private access. And then in approximately 2007 came the first level of the Inkster twinning, and then I think 2012 they finished it off. So they cut the access from the eastbound lane to the subject properties. That's really why they couldn't market it, because there's no good in out. Now with the parent lot, they have the out on Brookside Boulevard, so that and they're allowed to cross Brookside back onto southbound lanes. You can see from the pictures. So it's gravitated over the years to being used as additional for the subject, and as they expanded, they just began taking over that property and parking on it. So as of our reference date and as of the physical date, they fully use that property for their parking for their truck business.
Again, Mr. Duca, let me interrupt you for just one more moment. If you go to the assessor's page 4,
That's where I'm going, yes.
that shows it much better, I believe, is what you're trying to suggest, is it not, sir?
That's correct. And I was asking about it, and you can see the trailers are parked on that site now. So this would be if a vehicle comes in for service, they can park their trailer there and then drive the truck in, get their service done, and then hook the trailer and move off. So it's now become part and parcel of the operation. And this is an evolution, not a planned design. So that is as with the Ford dealership, we took the value of that lot and deducted it from it because it is separately assessed. I think that value was changed though at Board of Revision to a lower number than we have. And I just want to double check that.
Please and thank you.
Dougie. Okay, so 2533 Inkster was reduced to 686. Okay, and that's what we're using.
That's
Okay,
what you have on your
yeah, it was done.
submission, don't you?
Yeah, it was done several months ago. So we think consideration for that should be given because it's, again, if you're going to do evaluation as we'll call it a truck service site, then you have to consider the whole operation. And I just as think about this is that the land building ratio as it stands existing right now is actually on our page 1 you can see
6.65.
I can't believe this, they were never updated here. There's another lot that was amalgamated into it, sorry about that. So it's 10 acres of land with about 1.5 acres worth of building, and then the lot next door is about 2 acres, and so they're using it all. And so as with 33 Oak Point, this is the yo-yo of value of assessment appeals. Some years it's high, some years there's no change, and everything's under appeal, some by the city, some by us. We're again looking for some good middle ground on this, that we can try to get these things resolved after all these years. It's been as low as $3 million and as high as 7.6 million in prior years. After review, and we're looking at this a bit differently this year, we've gone to a higher value of 4.6 million in an attempt to, like I say, that this is just bad business for both the city and for the owner of the property, and we'd like to get some initiative to find it. Their valuation system is wrong, and everybody knows we have to correct it. And rather than take a hard line on it, we're trying to find a moderate line on it, and this is for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Shable?
No question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hutchings, any questions?
No, thank you. All good.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Also, no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think all questions have been asked and answered. So thank you very much for your presentation on this, both. Unless there's a quick summation. And Ms. Shable, if you need to repeat what you've said for the other ones, you don't need to at this point. But I appreciate, basically, you want us to think about that for this particular property as you did with the others, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, I guess we can move on, yes?
Well, you must know what my summation is too. So yeah, let's go on, move on.
Trying to move things along is all I'm trying to do.
Well,
Fair enough?
yeah,
Good.
I don't know what everyone else's schedule is like, so, but I'm okay. I don't care.
Well, yeah, I'd like to be home eventually, so,
Well, there's a hockey game and I just want to check the start time on it, and otherwise life's okay.
okay. So in other words, we have gotten to number 6 on the docket, that being 2315 Dugald Road. Ms. Shable, can we have your presentation on this, please?
Yes, please. Thank you. File number 24-4195, roll number 09 01 02 62700. We did assess 2025 with reference April 1st, 2023, 2,164,000. The subject property, complete auto dealership, built in 2001, located at Transcona Yard. It's zoning manufacturing heavy. Land area 217,926, plan area 9,648 square feet, gross floor releasable area 12,048 square feet. On page number 2, in 2013, was sold for 1.8 million. Subject photo, air photo and street view, started on page number 2. It's located northeast side of the city, rectangle shape of the building, of the land. More photo following on page 4S5. In 6, it located M3 manufacturing heavy. It will be. I try to figure out which closest. So we did assess 12,048 square feet at $12.30 per square foot. Give us potential rent 147,102. We apply same 2% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses, $6 per square foot for vacant space. Give us net operating income 137,439. Overall capitalization rate 6.35%. Give us estimate value of 2,164,000. It's following by municipal order. Income expense mailer on page 31. It's owner occupied space at 12,048 square feet. On page 23, it was universal construction in 2000. I just look in the records. For 9,709 square feet industrial building to use as office, storage garage for industrial vehicles. And on page 34, it's a property assessment notice followed by agent appeal. So based on evidence presented in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 2,164,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, was this valuation done by the model?
Correct.
And you still have, are relying on a retail rental approach?
Correct.
How do you manage to do that when retail is not permitted in M3 zoning?
Model generate $12.30 per square foot.
It's not my question. You're using retail rents. It's not permitted in M3. How can that possibly
Because
be
for
applied?
our model, we use auto car dealership model for retail space.
So you've applied an illegal use then to support your rents.
It's a retail. It's in this case has a sale of car, or I don't know what they sell. Let's check. It's a V car. They sold a moving vehicle. I see campers in another.
Sorry, we finished?
Yes,
Picture page 3, is most of this lot unpaved? Or do you know? Can you tell?
it looked paved for storage
Have you been to the
of
site?
2350. No, I never been on this site, but
Okay.
our records up to date.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Hutchings?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I have no questions either, so. Mr. Neufeld, can we have your presentation, sir?
Thank you. Sorry, I've just had to recenter my screen. I'll be right there with you. Okay. So the site is east of Plessy Road on the north side of Dugald. So this is in a and it's M3 zoned. And sorry, what I was just I wanted to double check something here very quickly. I don't think we actually did a search into the servicing here, because I know a lot of this area is not serviced. No, this part is. It's I think it's the first 5 lots on the north side are serviced. This is in use for it's the commercial truck center for the Vicar Group, but that's a bit of a they do sell commercial trucks here, which are large-sized vehicles from their other dealerships, those that exceed the half-ton or three-quarter-ton rating, and they'll be sold here. But the main use of this lot, it's if you look on my page 1, you can see that there are in the middle of the lot, in the back of the lot, there are larger vehicles, but on the left side of the lot, this is parking for the rest of the Vicar dealerships, because as requirements for space increased, they had to buy several lots, and they actually own 5 lots on Dugald now for vehicle storage. This one, which was they purchased, was a fair bit of undue pressure on it, so it really wasn't a market example sale, because they needed to find something on Dugald and find it quick. This one became available. They bought at that same time 3 other lots, all due to pressure in the business to find storage space for vehicles. This one was of interest because of the fenced lot. The rear of the lot is not paved, and the front has a small paved section. In Winnipeg, if you take out a permit today on this lot, you'll be required to pave the whole lot. So don't take out a permit is the name of that, is the answer. And the reason for that in zoning is that the city doesn't like gravel being brought onto their streets, and of course we don't blame them. So, but this is a legal non-conforming use on the graveling part of it. The other issue is I mentioned about zoning, and on our page, I have the zoning regulations on our page somewhere here. Page 22. I think it's 22. Oh no, it's further along. There it is, page 24. Retail sales not permitted. So the idea of trying to use a retail rent here is illegal. It's an illegal use. So you can't take an illegal use and use it to value an M3 zone piece of land. You got to stick with industrial on this. Now, the rent that we put on it, on this particular one was $10, which is very much the high end of industrial, higher than most, but there's a very good land allocation on this, and that is what we took into account on it, that the high land ratio, and then that was expressed not in any sort of an excess landway, but just as a higher rent, because of course it's not demisable or saleable, and that's why we went to 10 on it as an industrial. And it's the same rents we pointed out earlier, where we're looking at a top end of $8. In this case, we went as high as 10 to account for it. And in terms of the capitalization rate, it's a location, it's the legal non-conforming use, and it's off the beaten path. It's not where you're going to drive up and buy your next new car. It's where when you go to the store in Regent, you ask for a new car, they'll come over here and get it and bring it over. That's what this building is in use for. So definitely not an auto dealership as the primary function of it, although it's an important part of the business operation, and I stress the business operation. That is very briefly our presentation, and I am going to say something brief in summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Shable?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchings, questions?
I do, thank you. Just one quick one, Mr. Neufeld, page 2. Front of the building, are those vehicles for sale? That camper and those cube trucks? I guess my question is, I'm not sure if you said this was for sale of larger, like 3-ton plus vehicles.
Right, and I yeah, well, the vans, the I guess those are 28 footers. Those would be for sale. The camper, I'm not entirely sure about, because
it doesn't matter. I'm just curious. I think maybe I misheard you, but you said this wasn't a retail.
No, it's for that size of truck.
Okay.
I think they call them like 3 tons or something, but I usually use 28 footers for the
Okay.
and they'll be urban based vehicles, but not bigger than pickup trucks, smaller than semi trailers. But the other pictures show this will be where the transport vehicles come to dump off new cars, and they park them here until they're ready to go to the dealership, because they need a receiving facility.
So my next question would be, is that not a component of the retail sales?
Yeah, it's a component of it for sure. It's look, the same thing we had with 2425 McPhillips. They operate a site down the road to do their receiving and pre-delivery. They won't do pre-delivery here, but they have a convenient place for the transport vehicles to unload before they go off. And if you ever drive down Pembina Highway past Auto House, I always get furious at 8 o'clock in the morning when that truck's parked on Pembina. But aside from that you're right, it is part of it. But on its own, if we're going to value it as a standalone property, it only gains any sort of business value from its part of the operation. It doesn't improve the real estate value.
Okay, but your contention is it's still considered industrial. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right. That answered my question. Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions, thank you.
And I do not believe I have any questions either. Ms. Shable, any final thoughts?
No questions. No thoughts.
Okay. Mr. Neufeld, if you have a moment, take a
No,
moment.
Mr. Hutchings asked me the question that I wanted to say in summation. So
Well, isn't
we're
that
done.
great that we got it taken care of then?
Yeah.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
That being the case, we can move on to the next property. All right. This is item number 7. And this being 964 Regent Avenue West. Ms. Shable, go ahead.
File number 24-4192, roll number 09-00757-5600, Vidit SS 2025, with reference April 1st, 2023 at 10,626,000. The subject property type is a complete auto dealership, original built in 1967 with addition in 2002, located on commercial zoning C3 corridor at Region neighborhood. Land area 335,774 square feet. Plan area 58,758 square feet. And leasable area 66,193 square feet. Lease accessible. We have rent in, we have registered sale in 2000 for 2.5 million. On page number 3, location and street view of subject property. It's located northeast of the city. Street view, it's Vicar garage. On page number 4 through 5, air photos view, it's a regular shape of the land with 2 separate improvements. It's Chevrolet Vicar car dealership located in very Corridon C3 commercial zoning. Our comparables will be from 1 to 13 on region. They showed our 13 comparables that average on mean $17.85, weight average $18.11, and media $17.50. Retails rent. Our assessment income approach on page number 9. We assess 66,193 square feet at $11.52. Give us potential rent 762,860. We did apply 2% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses, and shortfall $6 per square foot. Give us net operating income of 717,232. Model generate capitalization rate 6.75, give us estimate value of 10,626,000. In my brief, I provide municipal order to assess at retail rent 8-2023. It's going through page 30. On page 31, income expense mailer provided for us. It's owner occupied space and all expenses, annual expenses very well provide for us to crunch number. On page number 33, I run permits size 1999 to 2024. When in 2024 was interior alteration, 2015 interior exterior alteration 2.4 million together. So it's property very well maintained. I look at some permits on page 34. Current permits in 2024. So for a physical condition, January 1st, 2025, Vicar Auto Group, interior alteration to construct new office, open common office area. One permit, another permit from 2016 about construction addition, auto dealership, addition space. On page 36, property assessment notice following by appeal. Based of my evidence presented in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 10,626,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, same question as always. Was this done by the model?
Correct.
and as you stated before, the model does not make adjustments for environmental conditions. Is that correct?
During income approach, we assume that no environmental condition. It's assumption and from both for agent and assessor.
Sorry,
It's part of appeal, part of assessment. When we assess income approach, we assume that there are no environmental problems here.
are you suggesting that people who buy an investment property don't care that their property is contaminated?
That's why my comparables, I say I have my answer. For limitation, I assume that no problem for income approach for both sides.
The effective date changes on this. Do you know how that happened?
Effective years built 1980.
Do you know how it changed? I don't want a recitation of what it is.
Because it's original built in 1967, several alteration and addition was done, so it bring increase effective years built. But according evidence in my brief, in 2024, interior alteration of construction new office in common area, when it's finished, we will be increase effective years built for sure to update our records.
How high is the showroom?
Sorry?
How high is the showroom?
Wall heights between 17 and 18 feet.
You know, I asked how high the showroom was.
I say average wall heights 17, 18 feet for our assessment.
Okay, we'll just call that you don't know. Wouldn't a space that is functionally obsolete, how can you change the date on it, the effective date on it?
I already explained myself after finish alteration in 2024.
But did
We will
that correct?
update our effective years built because it's much higher.
Were the deficiencies corrected?
No answer.
Okay. Were you able to inspect this property?
Mr. Chair, although
Yes.
I have not inspected the subject property, I'm able to completely accurately describe it based on data we have on file.
I appreciate
All right.
that.
Could
but
you
haven't
completely
inspected it, So
Can you completely describe the mezzanine area and the body shop?
For our assessment, we assess subject property, it's car dealership like big box. We just assess full area for overall rent rates. We don't divide this property anymore.
The question was, can you describe the mezzanine in the body shop?
I say we don't divide mezzanine. We assess full area like big shopping mall, like big retail box.
Mr. Shable, I believe he's asking a very specific question. If you're unable to describe what he's asked in his question, it's okay.
No,
You don't know.
I cannot
You don't-
describe
you don't
because it's
know.
not part of our assessment.
I understand that. You haven't
Thank you.
inspected the property, so you don't know the answer to that question, and it's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Neufeld.
No, I think most of the ground we've gone over. I just wanted to highlight a couple of issues in the questioning, and I'm fine. I'll leave the rest of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchings, questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do not have any questions either, so Mr. Neufeld, let's have your presentation, sir.
Okay, very old.
And just hang on a second. We may have an issue here because of parking. So we might have to break in the next 5 to 10 minutes potentially to run out and move our cars. Because where we are parked, where I am parked, is I can't go past 6 o'clock, so.
Oh, okay, all right.
Unless you can move quickly through your presentation, sir?
You know, you do whatever you want to cut me off at any point, and you're going to move. I don't care. That's fine. We got to get
Or
going,
would
right?
would you rather me do it now and then that way you don't get cut off, sir?
I don't care. I'm fine. Maybe I'll get finished. Maybe I won't.
Okay, let's take break.
You know what, let's take a break and I'll try and get back as quickly as I can, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Mr. Neufeld, I believe you were going to give us your presentation on 964 Regent Avenue.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. The bottom line here is the dealership is obsolete, built in 1967, and the obsolescence issues. Firstly, the showroom itself has it's a little under 8 feet high on the inside, and it has very low capacity for vehicles. You know, you're used to seeing a very high ceiling sales office that can contain lots of different cars. This one is cramped, and it's telling you about somebody's problems is difficult, but it did get this cleared. So General Motors has stated that they want a new dealership being built, and the idea was to try to build it next door and demolish this. So this is essentially on its borrowed time. There was a service bay, drive-through service bay addition built on the west side, 3 bays, and that was actually fairly recent. And the body shop is located in the southwest corner, and the body shop is more modern and good utility on it, good bays on it. There is a registration for contaminated sites on it, as you can see in page 3. And I think one of the things I forgot to mention that many of these sites will face is they were built at a time when gas was leaded. And so there's all the lead issue will be a major issue, but the chemicals used in car repairs are quite caustic, especially the older ones. Things like carburetor cleaner, even brake fluid. So this is what a dealership lives with, and the more modern ones will have more sealed containment of these items, and you would fully expect the older dealerships to be impacted by environmental issues. The valuation on it was based on these issues of obsolescence, and sorry, there was another point on the obsolescence, and I was just looking for a really good picture. And ours isn't that good, and I did not see a good one in the assessors. And it's an overhead of the older building, and it is perhaps the assessors is a little bit better on page 4, and you can see that it's comprised of sections, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 sections in the rear part of the building. And what inside the building there are exterior walls. So this is not a nice shop that you drive in. Like a good service shop, you'll have a central door, you drive in, and bay to the left, bay to the right, good space. This is nothing of the sort. This is all choppy space, very limited on the service side. And the mezzanine that's located in here is you can see in the picture, there's a section on the north part of the property of a very small section that has a little bit higher elevation. So their office is located along there, and that is in use as a mezzanine. Of course, there's no elevator or anything, but the interior clear is about 7'3", which is underneath 8 feet. The mezzanine area in the body shop that I spoke of is not leasable. It's a floor built on top of the of the service desk, which is used for storage of parts like body panels. And that's why I'd asked the assessor about it. That is not leasable space. You don't build a floor and call it leasable. It's just space. It does. It contributes nothing to value. As I said, mezzanine space in a building that needs high space is a detraction from value. My personal opinion is I would probably reverse what the workup here, and I would put $8 on the dealership and $10 in the body shop, just because of the obsolescence factors. But again, we're not going to be making changes today. The overall rent of $935 would stay the same, so that proves nothing. The vacancy rate was because there's a very high quotient of body shop in here. We looked halfway between retail and industrial for 5.65%. Workup is not so much similar to the board orders that we were presenting and saying should be considered, because this is an obsolete building. This is not a modern car dealership. And the cap rate, there's a reason that we only went as high as 8%. In the analysis of this behind the scenes, consideration for the obsolescence and the contamination would indicate a rate in the 9s. At that point, the value would drop below land value. So often you can actually take a positive adjustment for underlying land value if you drop your income value to a certain point. And that's essentially what this workup considered. Now, the land value, though, is predicated on a fair amount of cleanup, probably in the neighborhood of about $200,000 per acre. And that is why we came to residual value, all things considered, using the income approach to a value that is buttressed by the value of the land less the estimated cost of cleanup at $6.3 million. I think I've covered all the basic issues on this. Everything else is as we've discussed in previous properties today. That's it.
Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Shable?
Yes, please. You didn't provide any evidence about land value in this area?
No, I didn't.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Hutchings?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't believe I have any further questions. Any quick summation on either part?
No, thank you.
We're fine.
Good. Thank you very much. That concludes this property. And we'll move on. Apparently right next door, we are going to 950 Regent Avenue West. Go ahead, Ms. Shable.
Thank you. File number 24-4423. Roll number 0901026170. We did assess 2025 roll with reference date April 1st, 2003 at 3,491,000. The subject property complete auto dealership parcel use. Original built in 2003, located in C3 commercial corridor zoning, neighborhood region, located in land area 124,028 square feet, plan area 13,590 square feet, gross floor area leasable area 50,620 square feet. On page number 2003, it's land value sale. On page number 3, started air photo and street view of subject property. It's located northeast side of the city. It's V-car dealership, has a regular shape of land on page number 4. 5. More air photo view and location on page number 6. It's very expensive free commercial corridor area land. Mike would the same comparable 1 to 13 showed average $17.85 on region. We assess at $13.88 for leasable area 15,620 square feet, give us a potential rent to 216,806. We apply same 2% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses, 6% per square foot dollar for vacant space, give us net operating income 204,222. Model generate 5.85% capitalization rate, give us estimation of 3,491 square feet. I presented same order to following retail rents rates. On page 31, income expense Weller provide for us. It's a full occupied space owner. On page 32, I look what happened with this property. So only reported construction of 1.4 million. On page 33, one of permits from 2003 during construction new 15,628 square feet auto dealership. What is our leasable area? On page 34, 2025 property assessment and following by agent appeal. Based on evidence presented in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 3,491,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, was this done by the model?
Correct?
On page 33, you included a permit. Do you have the as-built numbers?
No, I just showed permit about new construction 2023 that support our assessed leasable
You
area.
don't, sorry, you don't have the as-built numbers?
No.
Okay, and on page 31, the owner, you note that he reporting 15,179 square feet.
Yeah, it's reported there.
So do you disbelieve him?
Our records up to date, our working permits and plan area showed plan area of 13,519 square feet and leasable area like on permits 15,620 square feet.
But you never got the as-built drawings then?
It's up to date, our records.
Sorry, do you know what the as-built drawings are?
No answer.
I would take a no. Have you inspected this property?
Alpha not inspected, but I can describe this property clear.
Very well then, what is located in the mezzanine?
It can be office, can be lunchroom, and can be parts. I don't have floor plan
Okay.
in my brief.
I'm just checking you can't describe it then. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hutchings, questions at this time?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
And I don't believe I have any questions either, so Mr. Neufeld, can we have your presentation on this property, please?
Yes. In regard to the area, of course, you understand what the issue is. The as-built are 15,179. And as with all of the properties you've heard today, we get them from the plans, the actual plans. And I guess the assessors are looking at the first filed permit plans. And, you know, people change their plans in the middle of construction all the time. So it is 15,179 as reported on the mailer. The lot is rather irregular, and this was a former roadway that became surplus, which is why explains the flared edges on it. And it's adjacent to 964 region. This land is much too small for an auto dealer, but they do share facilities. There's no border on it, so it's we're enjoying the utility of being located next door to another dealership and the flexibility of dealing with it. So we're not looking for a to say that it's not adequate land. It as part of the economic unit, it's it's fine, and they still have all their other lots. But basically, Mitsubishi is a low volume automobile sales, so the land works better for them than if it were for someone larger. And it is a rather small building by most standards of auto dealerships. But again, it's a lower volume sales. But with that, the real issue is, are they not big enough? And in the marketplace, that is a negative factor. But we just followed what we had discussed earlier. This is a modern dealership, not much functional obsolescence here, and quite comparable to the other board orders we've supplied on page 3 and 4. We're trying to present the board with a very supportable, reasonable, citywide concept of valuation to look at. And that's where these numbers come in. We followed it as well with the same way as the other ones. And that comes out to the value indicated of $2,236,000. I think that's that's nothing new after that. That's it.
Okay, questions, Ms. Shable?
Yes, please. On page number 1, you showed that rentable area 15,179 square feet. So this area include mezzanine. For today, for 950 region, you decide that mezzanine at leasable area, correct?
No, that's a simplistic view of what we did. No dispute on the plan area. There is upper area, and I've actually been up there, so I can describe it. There are offices that are built to real height, not 7 feet. They're 8 foot plus, so they were designed and built for a second floor, so it is quality, and that would work out to roughly 1,600 square feet of space on the upper level. Then it's not even mezzanine. I think you would classify it 2-story.
So no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, any questions?
No, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hutchings, questions?
Yes, one quick one, Mr. Neufeld. I'm just curious, your vacancy is at 4.0%?
Yes.
I hate to compare to other properties on the docket, but it sort of fluctuates between a higher value and a lower value. Is there a...
Yeah, well, with the last one, it had the body shop on it, and we deemed that to be more of an industrial usage, and we should look at the industrial rates as well. Plus, it was a multi-building site. So,
Okay.
And this is just a simple, easy. If it's something that's just normal, simple, 4% is fine. When you get a little more complicated, it should be higher.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, I note that this property has a land to building ratio in excess of 9-to-1.
Yeah, but that's not the way you do auto dealers. What you do is how much land you have to display your vehicles on. So in this case, the available land area is going to be 100 and 10,000 square feet. So that's going to be about 2.5 acres. That's a little bit on the low side. Your low volume dealers are now all trending about 3.5 acres, and that would be Mitsubishi, Mazda. Trying to think who else is low volume these days. There's not too many left because Kia and Hyundai have taken off. Subaru's got a huge site, and Toyota and Nissan are far outgrown that. So that's I don't think it's a large area at all. Like ratio wise, I agree with you, but for a car dealership, you're always looking at how much land do you actually have? How many cars can you put on display?
Yeah, I understand that, but you know, you've been saying today multiple times that, you know, ideal ratio is about 10-1.
No, I've been saying ideal ratio on the big volume dealers is 10 acres.
Oh, 10
And
acres.
yes, and then for the mediums, it's around 5, and for the smalls, it's about 3. So this puts it slightly under the smalls.
Fair enough, and I appreciate the clarification on that, sir. With that, concludes my questions. Any quick summation on either party?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence, determine the best conclusion of the market value. The subject property leasable area, very well supported my evidence, 15,628 square feet, was built original. I agree with agents that mezzanine, its leasable area, it should be assess as well, because if mezzanine is office space, lunch area, or storage for parts, not happen on mezzanine, it should be located on main floor. That will be expand plan area. So this building on main floor will be bigger, so it's leasable area. For regard to vacancy, the agent or property close to it apply 5.65% across half of cases, and half of cases 4%. It's not consistent for approach to evaluate car dealerships place. Based off my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 3,491,000. This value should support at least land value of the subject property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, any final thoughts, sir?
Wasn't gonna say anything, but you know.
Don't have to, sir.
Well, no, I just thought of something witty. You know, a Mercedes is not the same as a Kia, and neither are the buildings they occupy. Every one of them is a different, and every one of them deserves to be valued on what they actually are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe that concludes this property. And we are down to item number 9, I believe. And that is 1424 Regent Avenue West. So Ms. Shable, could we have your presentation on that, please?
Thank you. File number 24-4424, roll number 0901042650. We did assess 2025 with market reference day April 1st, 2023 at 6,681,000. The subject property is same parcel use, complete auto dealership, original built in 1988 with additional in 2022. It's located same zoning, C3 commercial corridor and neighborhood region. has a land area of 135,144, has plan area 27,676, and gross floor area leasable area 32,759 square feet. In my brief, I presented. 1 second, I'm tired. Air photos and street view of subject property. It's located same northeast side of the city, has irregular shape of the property facing Region Avenue. More air photos on page 4 and 5. It's very expensive. C3 commercial zoning Caridon land. It's represent Nissan. I will be use same retail comparables following municipal order for on a region from 1 to 33 showed $17.85 per square foot. We did assess subject property at $13.32 per square foot for 32,759 square feet, give us potential rent for 136,350. We consisted with our vacancy loss 2%, expenses not recoverable 3%, and shortfall $6 per square foot to be consistent across the city for all car dealership. It be fair. It gives us net operating income 410,863. A model generates 6.15% capitalization rate, give us estimate value of 6,681,000. It's following by order. We using for retail rent comparables. On page 30, 31, income expense Miller provided to us. It's owner occupied by the very clear provide expenses to maintain these improvements in property. On page 32, I just run and look what was done with this property by looking on permit. Size 2001. In 2005 was additional construction. In 2007 additional construction, 2012 additional construction, and 2020 in 2021. So property constantly increase in the area. So altogether, Rise 2001 showed 4.8 million. On page 33, I posted a 2020 additional construction for 4,400 square feet addition on east side, for 1,796 addition to the south side, in complete alteration existing 21,500 auto dealership. So it's constantly improving and increase. On page 34, another additional construction in 2021. So it's following by a property assessment, appeal notes. Based on evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property is 6,681,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Newfeld?
Yeah, just 1 second here. Sorry, so the last edition was in 2022 then, is that right?
It was occupied 2022 on October 20th, 2022.
Right.
It's
And that's-
construction 2021.
So that's the permit, is that the issue permit on page 34 issued October 2022?
Correct. It's a occupation permit. So it was done.
Right, okay. And valuation was done by the model.
Correct.
Now on your picture, can you point out what the last edition was? Looking on page 3.
If you look on permits, what addition was done for construction, 404,000 addition on the east side.
The east
One
side. Okay.
east side, 1,796 square feet addition to the south side.
Okay, so that would be the
East and south side to addition.
the section on the building section that's shown on the east side was then the addition.
Correct. East and south side was
South side,
addition.
yeah, I don't think there was a south side, but let me just, sorry, I just want to check. I was just looking at the aerials and I just want to make sure we've got the right information for the board. So, oh, you're okay. That south side, that entire section on the south side then was added then as well. Okay, I see it now. I'm just trying to clarify this for everyone. That would be the little piece that juts out on the south side at the rear.
Yeah. It's the
Okay.
rectangle attached to the bigger rectangle, correct?
Well, it's the one that now has an L-shaped roof line, but it's only
Right.
the bottom part of the L that got added, and then plus
Yeah.
plus the other piece on the on there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
No, I have a blind spot with the size on this, and so I don't think I have any new questions for anybody. Other than this was all done by the model.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, no more questions then.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Hutchins?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Anderson?
None for me, thank you.
And I don't believe I have any further questions either, so Mr. Neufeld, can we have your presentation, sir?
Thank you. As I mentioned, I have a problem with the measurements on this. Jan Trochum caught me so badly on a case where I had the old ones, and I felt like a fool. But it's always nice that we did get to resolve it all. So we are using 32,759 as well. And I know that there's been a series of additions on the property. Again, the valuation is done exactly the same way as the other ones with $12 rent and a 7.5% cap. The thing I would mention on this site is it's extremely tight on the land. This is not enough land. I mentioned 3 acres. So plan area is almost is over half an acre. So it's about 2.5 acres of display land, and they are much past their limits. They did buy a piece of land on the west side from the city of Winnipeg. There was actually a statue or something on it they had to move, and it's very, very tight location. A Nissan does need the 5 acres of land today, so that it is detrimental, and they have had to buy other sites on the Dougal. This is one of the sites that's very, very tight that they have to find outside storage, other storage for. That is my presentation. Thank you. And I will have not a long summation, but something.
All right. Questions, Michelle?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hutchins, questions?
I also have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't have any questions either. So Michelle, do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share with us?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence to determine the best conclusion of the market value. The subject property has leasable area 32,759 square feet. Like we both, an agent, applies that mezzanine its leasable area in first place. Agent applied $12 per square foot, and our data showed $13.32 per square foot. But agent own evidence on region, 1520 regions showed $14 per square foot that very well support our assessed rental bill rates. Based on evidence presented in my analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property $6,681,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newfield, apparently
Okay.
you have to tell us a little bit more of a story now.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to be very short on it, and I might stray out of the lines, but if you don't correct me, I'll be done and we'll be out of here. Because you don't have to listen. You don't have to listen to it if you don't want to hear it. Okay, firstly, automobile dealers are a very difficult valuation, and there's a couple of reasons. One is they're a unique type of property, and they're only really comparable to themselves, but there are no comps. So you have to come along with an analysis style that works. And the appraisal people do what we presented to you, is look at it from that perspective and then say, is this reasonable? And essentially, these are very simple buildings. These are all industrial buildings, and they are used for selling and fixing cars. So that's where we start with, what is the quality of the real estate? Forget what's inside them. What usually happens in valuation is people get stuck in what's called use value, which is looking at what they sell. That's wrong. They could sell flowers, or they could sell turnips, or they could sell cars. We're just supposed to look at the real estate. And from that perspective, I think we've given you a really good working idea of how they should be done. The other problem you've heard today on so many occasions is a difference in the size. Well, these are old hat for me. All of these properties have been dealing with for 10, 15 years plus. And every 2 years we come along and we try to say, here are the plans, here is what is there. And sometimes we get assessors to come out to the field and look at it, and they agree and they change it. And then 2 years later, it's back to the old wrong number. And okay, it's a little frustrating. It's a nice business for me to be in, to always try to correct these, and we mean nothing by it. We just want to get the numbers right. And especially that, a lot of this is the treatment of mezzanine space. It's not always rentable. It's as I said, if it takes away from productivity below, or if it doesn't meet the standards of occupancy, as many of these do, it doesn't count. And then the as-bills, all of these we have. I think almost all these properties I have plans sitting in my office on, and the owner puts the numbers on their income and expense forms, and then they don't end up on the assessment roll at that number. Again, it's a problem with the bureaucratic application of these things to try to get them correct. And it's not something that we're looking and trying to pick apart, and these are actual true errors, and then you can see, because all these have addition upon addition upon addition, and this is what happens. Now, some of the things we've mentioned in our report to think about on these is all the obsolescence, but the additional obsolescence was stated in the report. It's there. It is the advent of the online marketing system. That's going to kill auto dealers and electric vehicles. It's going to kill their service, because electric don't need service. They don't need oil changes. They don't need all that work. So the market, the business will change, and I think it's better to be pessimistic about the future than to be optimistic, because of what we see happening in the vehicle itself. I mean, in 1903, probably they said, well, the horse and buggy will never be replaced, right? But this is evolution, and so not bullish on auto dealers. And the last thing is, here's where I go over the lines, and I'm 30 seconds, guarantee you. There are about 400 outstanding appeals at municipal board on auto dealers. They're placed by both appellants and by the city. And there is not any motivation on most of the sides. Well, we'll just put it that way, to try to resolve these. And what we need to do is try to come with a way that we can understand. And obviously both sides have a case, and both sides need to work it out, and it's not happening. And this could go one of three ways. One is it could cost the business people a lot of money. The other could cost the city a lot of money on refunds, and we have to find a middle ground. And I would like us to find the middle ground. And just speaking honestly, as a Winnipeg taxpayer, I don't think that this is a potential $50 million difference when you look at all of them together. I'm not saying that it's up to the board today, but I want you to understand the stakes here, that we need to find the middle ground. And I appreciate all of your patience today, and I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. And I also understand, just so that you know that the board understands, the fact that I believe in June of this year, there is going to be potential test cases regarding the vehicle, the new vehicle sales places. So the dealerships in town. So I'm hoping also that some resolution can come.
Well, it's actually 3 phases, and it's only the first
appreciate
phase.
that. And I'm not gonna get into the details because it's not important. All I'm saying is,
No.
at least it's being addressed.
No, and I think the Board of Revision has got an important job to do, to try to not just shy away from it, but get involved and work with everybody to say, we got to work out a better answer to this. It's not, it's not confirm everything and go away, because we don't go away. It just goes to appeal, and it's not cut it so low that the city appeals, because that's not going to work either. I think we're trying to look for that middle ground. And
you have made your point. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I thank you both for your submissions today, and thank you for your patience, both of you. So with that, I believe we've heard all the items on the schedule that have been scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. So thank you very much again.
Thank you. Have a great
Right.
night.
Thank you.